Hello. One sec. Just gonna make sure. Okay, yeah, that is all hooked up. Just making sure my OBS hasn't broken. It's been a while. Um. What should we do? Yeah, fuck it. We'll do Minecraft. Oh, hang on. Volume alpha. Yeah, that one's chill. Why not? There we are. And hang on, one moment. No, yep, I think that's all good. Okay. Yeah, so how are we, guys? It's been a little while. Yeah, because what we're going to be working on today is going to be this Porphyrion, which I printed out like last year at some point. And I've sort of been procrastinating it, but I thought, fuck it, let's actually do it. And so I base coated it with my airbrush a week or two ago. And then it's just been, actually it's probably been more like a month ago now. I've lost track of time lately. But yeah, so essentially I'm doing it up as Sons of Horus. So we're going to be going for the brass trim there. I might need to darken it a little bit. But yeah, it's going to take a while because the color that I'm using for the trim is an air color, so it doesn't cover particularly nicely. Although I've had the idea to try using a sponge to see if that just helps it cover a bit more evenly, as opposed to using a brush, which can sort of, like the pressure distributes a bit more unevenly, so it sort of causes the paint to split a little bit. I'll be giving that a shot and seeing how it goes. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. And so, to start all this out, I'm going to work on the armor panels, I reckon, because they're a bit easier to manage at the beginning, because I spent ages trying to do the gun here, and just because of how big it is, it's really awkward and unwieldy. But I think we'll be able to feel like we're making progress if we just start out with the panels. Where are we? Yeah, so I'll give this a shot with the with a sponge and just see how well it covers. Let's go with this one here. And so, just pull that in focus and get a sponge. I can't believe the first track it shuffles to is the chicken getting murdered. This is fucked up. Okay, let's see how well this goes on. Nah, I don't think I like the sponge. We'll be brushing it, I guess. Sponge doesn't behave too well with the with the air paint from the looks of it. Ahoy, hey Sunju. Been a little while. Somebody forgot to post a live post. Oh, true. It's been so long. Yeah, whoops. I'll shoot that one through now. Notifications. Notifications. Stream live now. I thought I forgot something. Brass Trim, Sons of Horus. That is it. Yeah. It's going to take a while, though. I was saying just a second ago, I was sort of shouting into the void because I forgot to tell people that I'd started streaming. But, it's a bit painful to actually do the trim because the color that I use is it's an airbrush paint, so it doesn't cover particularly well. Oh, hey Technic. Hey Bob. How's the future? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We deal with it. You thought it was Alpha at first because of the blue-greenish? Yeah, I do really want to do an Alpha Legion Knight. I feel like that would be awesome. I feel like an Alpha Legion Lancer would be sick as hell. Because I feel like it would, like, oh wait, but I was thinking of doing Emperor's Children for my Lancer. But like, because Alphares uses a spear. So, well, Alphares / Omegon, one of them. But, so I feel like a Lancer would be really cool for Alpha Legion. And then you can have like, the sort of, the distortion on it as well. Like the, I don't know if they have a proper name for it, but the, like the disguise sort of fading away off it. Also, sub goal's wrong, it's behind by 12. Is it? On mine it's showing up as 610. Are we not at 610 subs? If I go to my channel... It's showing up as 610 on screen for me, and I've got 610 on my channel from the looks of it. I'd have to do some weird Imperial fused with Chaos Knight with the changing effect that people do. True. Although remember, with these guys, they're meant to be like, I sort of changed tact from, these, traitors to these, these, free blades from traitor houses. Emmanuel Live, how are you? Missed you? Yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm getting there, Silver. It's good to be back. I got some messages from a few people while I was away, which is always nice having people check in on me. But yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I did have like a weird thing for a while, which was like, it was sort of like a bad line of thinking, which, if you find yourself in this, I recommend sort of like, it's important to recognize this shit when it happens and recognize that it's a bad line of thinking, which is like, if you make a decision to do something, and so this is what was happening to me as well, is like, I was trying really hard to sort of get some, like, because I'm sort of like trying to do freelance work, and I decided, okay, I'm going to hard commit to trying to make something happen, and because I was hard committing to that, I was sort of avoiding streaming and painting and stuff, because it was sort of like peripheral, and then I was sort of telling myself that I'll come back to streaming and painting once I like have something to show for my work. And it's like a really unhealthy way of doing things, because it's like the streaming and painting is something that I enjoy and sort of makes me happy. And the longer I go without doing it, the harder it is to sort of go back in, and you're sort of like gatekeeping yourself from things that are really positive, like things that have a positive effect on you. And the longer you go without, like, quote unquote, having something to show for it, the harder it is to actually go back and do it again, because your standards for what something to show for it is end up growing. So if you're gone for 1 week, something to show for it might be landing one job, for example. But if you're gone for 2 months, something to show for it might be having, like, gotten 10 jobs. And it just becomes more and more unrealistic. And so I sort of realized that, man, I'm just, like, I'm not doing good stuff for me by sort of, like, trying to gatekeep myself away from the things that are important. Yeah, I don't know, I'm bad at phrasing things, but, yeah, I think it's, I don't know if that's relevant to anyone, but I just thought that it was an important thing for me to recognize, at least. Just gotta fix the, focus there. There we are. I think I made a mistake here with the way I put the, this paint on my wet palette, but it's an air paint, so it's just instantly turned to liquid. I think realistically, once I've gone through enough of this, it becomes too unwieldy to work with. I'm just going to measure it out on the texture palette bit by bit and use it like that. Because it really is not covering. Actually, I'm going to do that now once I use up what's currently on my brush. Never done much painting off stream. Definitely know what you mean with getting back into stuff after being gone. Yeah, like the longer you've like left that door closed, the harder it is to open it again. And no, I haven't really done much painting because I have this thing, or for a while I've had this thing where it's like I do my painting on stream, and so like I'll assemble minis and I'll prime them, but then I'll just have them floating around, and then that's like extra weight on my mind where it's like I've got what I call the depression table, which is just like, it's the table where I have my airbrush, and it's just got like dozens of just black primed minis just sitting there, blue tacked to their bases, and it's like, man. Because I'm like telling myself, yeah, I'll paint these on stream, but then I'm like avoiding streaming. You've been working on your studio this week, so you'll be streaming full time again real soon. Awesome. The great eye for color. Thank you, Agent Smith. I will say though, I did not come up with this this color scheme. I've merely applied the colors. Yeah, the people at Games Workshop have already done the hard job of conceptualizing it. All I have to do is make it happen. So I'm just doing the easy part. Remember the hand of Saruman I painted? They were dope. Oh my god, all those tiny hands on that warglaive were fucked. They were so painful. Yeah, and the issue as well is I want to do interchangeable arms for my armages so that I can run that warglaive as a Helverin if need be. But then it means that I need to do the hands on the autocannons as well. So it's like that those armages have half-painted alternate arms that are currently sitting on the depression table as well. Paul Harridan's had 0 progress in 2 or 3 weeks, and he's been a bitch to get time. Yeah. Yeah, uni is really rough. Like, I don't know. I'm not the guy to, like, life advice from me is probably not great because I'm a university dropout. I'm sort of floating. I'm trying to sort of make shit happen. So don't take it from me, but I understand the pain. Probably because I'm a university dropout, I can really understand like the shit of like when you've got when you're you're trying to sort of figure out where to go and you're doing uni and it's just like you're doing it because the pressure to do it is there. I don't know if that necessarily applies to you as well, but yeah, it's like it's stressful. And then like when all the shit piles up at once as well, and it's just like I don't care about 60% of these subjects, but I'm having to do them for the credits. It can be quite rough. Yo, how you been? Yeah, not too bad. How are you, Chicken Nugget? Yeah, I've been alright. It's, I sort of went on a bit of a long tangent about it a few minutes ago, but long story short, I was sort of like avoiding streaming to my own detriment, so it's good to be back. Not gonna lie, I like genuinely, it actually took so much willpower from me last night to schedule this stream. I like had the like in YouTube Studio, I'd like done all the setup for it. I'd made the thumbnail, like I minimal effort for that realistically, but I'd like done all the setup. I'd set the time, and then I had to like psych myself into going, okay, I'm going to schedule this stream. I'm going to schedule this stream. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Once I do it, then I have to do it. And I'm glad I did, because it's like, it's just trying to get over that initial barrier to actually do shit. And then it's like, okay, now I can actually do it now. And like, it really sucks because it's like, I enjoy doing this shit. It's shit I want to do, but it's just because I haven't done it for like 2 months. I'm like really sort of, it's like hard to do it again. Also, my hands are so shaky. I haven't painted in ages. I don't know if you can see this. Also, I've had 2 cups of coffee and my Vyvanse this morning, so I'm probably like wigging the fuck out. So I'm glad I'm not trying to do any crazy freehands for the moment. Yeah, it's actually, now that I've laid it out, it's probably the 2 cups of coffee and the Vyvanse that's doing this to me. Yo, hey Dipper. How you going, mate? But yeah, another little like inspiration that I had to get back into painting as well is a person from, so a friend from high school who is like, he was in my form class all through high school, but he was like not really in my immediate friend group, but he was friends with some of my friends. He is like hardcore down the rabbit hole of Warhammer now. He's been into it for like 14 months, I think he said. And in that time, he has bought 7.8k points of Space Wolves, and he's never played. And got into contact with him recently, and I was like, yo, I heard you have an absolute fuckload of Space Wolves and you're interested in playing. I have a group, are you interested? And yeah, then he sent me some photos of the stuff he's painted, and his painting is crazy, like really good. So it was like, fuck man, I have some competition like in my group for people who paint, like who actively paint models now. Fuck, I can't fall behind. Well, if it isn't Shelly. Got some nerve showing my face again around these parts. I don't know if it's just me or not. YouTube is showing everyone as their @ instead of their name. I think Legion is Noah, isn't it? Because you got the blue icon as well. You're Noah, aren't you? I'm guessing from the attitude as well. Poor man's gonna burn himself hard if he throws himself into painting from the get-go. Never mind, he's a natural. Yeah, no, he's like, I don't know how he's managed it, but yeah, he's like, he's painting. He's gone. He's bought an airbrush to help with the army painting. His bases look really nice. And he, like, while he was showing me the photos of them, he was like, yeah, the only things I struggle with are the eyes. And then I zoomed in on the on the Thunderwolf cavalry, and they're all painted so nicely. And then he's like, yeah, they're all battle shocked. I zoom in, and their eyes are completely white with a tiny, like, just single tiny black dot right in the middle. So they're all just wide-eyed, looking horrified into the distance. It's fucking awesome. Like, they all just look like they've watched their friend be be torn in half. Chilly with you back. Yo, Noah, could you... Yo, Noah, could you, condense these into less messages, please, sir? Condense them into less messages? There are other people in the room. Because I don't want to miss, like, anyone else's stuff. You can really tell when Noah's around. True and real. Giveaway when? I'm sorry to say, Noah. The giveaways are more unlikely than ever. I am the poorest I have ever been in my life. So, it's gotta wait, buddy. You're bad about filling up the chat. Just missed, Shelly. Gonna be been called so long. Just missed your arrival. Look, I must say, I had a very peaceful 2 months of not having to fight children. But it is, it's good to blow off some steam every now and then, you know? Giveaway when? Silence, goobs. Yeah, to paint, you've got 3 Venom Thropes and a Harridan on your table right now. You think once you get more of the Harridan done, you'll put it on the back burner and do some small units first? I think... one thing I've found as well is when you have those half-finished projects just sitting in front of you, it just kills motivation to do anything, because with the half-finished thing, this half-finished for a reason. It's like you've burnt out on it somewhat, and then you don't want to start other stuff because you've got this half-finished project, and you're like, I need to finish this first before I do anything else. And I've sort of like... I've gone past that point. I'm in acceptance now, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna do the shit I want to do. I don't care if I'm gonna end up with more things building up. I'm just gonna do the things that interest me. That, and I also drafted quite a funny 1,500 point list to try out next week when my Space Wolves friend plays for the first time, and it consists of 3 models. It's my Porphyrion, my Knight Errant, and my Acheron. It's going to be absolutely dog shit, but I think it'll be really funny. Just run the Gate Warden Lance, so I can have the Porphyrion sitting in home territory on the defensive line, just so that he's just this tower of fuck you, and then I'm just going to have the other two just run forward and try to one-shot units. I think it'd be really funny. Just completely forget about objectives and just try to kill, and then get points later. Me talking about my friend Hertz, you're at 13 months and like 12k points. Okay, Technic, you're insane. That's, like, I didn't know you were that deep. I did not know you were that deep. Like, I knew you were you paint quickly, and you seem to just have every model that is relevant to, like, whatever I'm talking about at the time. So, I just, like, assumed that, like, you just happened to align with a lot of the things that I paint, but I guess it's just more so you just own everything on the Games Workshop store. Am I just doing touch-ups on the pieces? I'm not doing touch-ups here, I'm doing the trim. So I just need a few coats on the trim to actually cover, because the paint that I'm using, the color is really thin because it's designed for an airbrush. But yeah, all of the trim for this model needs to be brass, and there's a lot of trim. So today is going to be a pretty laid-back one, which is nice because it means I'll be able to actually look at chat more frequently than if I was constantly trying to do really, really fiddly freehands and stuff. And also because my hands are super shaky at the moment. Quite like the color. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how it turned out. The way I did it was I base coated the entire thing in metallic silver, so you can see the base coat on the backside there. And then the top coat, I believe it was, I think it was just the Croxigor scales contrast. I'll show it in a second, which is mostly blue. But when you apply it really thin, it's quite green. I think the thicker you apply it, the more blue it turns. But since I was airbrushing it on, it was very, very thin, and so it was quite green. And I believe I also used a little bit of the Striking Scorpions green contrast, which is very much just a super, super green. I think I mixed them? I don't remember. It was like a month ago or so. But I'll show you the paints that I used for that. Like, you'll see the Croxigor scales one, and you'll be like, that is not the same color. But it's just a really good color. I don't know. It's like kind of like the Eandon yellow I use for my Eldar, where it looks one color, but when you apply it really thinly, it comes out completely different, which is awesome. So yeah, I'll just finish this face of the trim, and I'll show you what I used. Yes, I've had 10 things with her partner. This guy, don't feel bad. It was a very serious relationship. Yeah, I mean, look, not gonna lie. I can't relate. I'm going for that wizard hat. I'm going for the title, but I feel like it can still be pretty rough. It depends on, I don't know your situation. What was it? It was these two. So this was what I used to get the greens. Like, I don't know how. It works though. It just works. You have 7 armies and they're 1.5k points minimum. Had a bad stretch at the last year. I've got. I don't have that. I think I've got maybe 3 armies 1.5k. One of them 2k. Maybe. Didn't like the marine you posted the other day. Can't for the life of you get black armor down. Hang on. Where are we? I don't think I'll need to have a look. I've missed a lot of the stuff that's been posted. When do you get the wizard hat? Look, you gotta... That's at 30. You gotta get to 30 to become a wizard. Oh, I see the Deathwatch Marine there. Yeah, I really struggle with painting black as well. That was like one thing I went through. Really early I tried to do a Necron fully black, and I made an absolute mess of it. You've definitely done a lot better than I managed. I feel like the key with painting black is you need to, like, realistically, you're not painting it black. You're painting it like dark gray and light gray, and then you're tricking your brain into thinking that all of it is actually black. I think that's how it's meant to be done, which is, that's so painful. I don't think I can, like, bring myself to do it. 30 and 0 relationships. 30 and no sex is how you become a wizard. So I'm well on the way. Have I heard of Jingleton Go For It or Go For It? I have not heard of Jingleton Go For It, Goobs. You get a hat, let's go. Huge! Look, that's what we like to see. You back? Welcome back, Silver. Hey, Border Titan, don't tell me all the pain. If you're talking about this, not a Titan. And I didn't buy it, I printed it, unless there was someone else who did buy a Titan, and you were talking to them. But yeah, no, this is the closest you can get to a Titan without getting a Titan. You're a never good site to get a custom-made fursuit preferably with a rear entrance as well. Shut the fuck up. Get that shit out of here. And if anyone gives a serious answer to that, I'm exiling you from the community. After running the numbers, you're just shy of 7k points of Space Marines. I said this about my Space Wolves friend as well, but like when I found out about how many he had, it is insane. Like it is crazy dedication to be able to get that many points of a single army. Like it is fucking impressive. Speaking of having lots of points of a single army, by the way, I hate Imperial Knights point costs. It is so hard to build an army that cleanly maps onto a point limit. Like, it's so gross. With like with other armies, you can very consistently either perfectly hit the point cap or fall within like 30 points of it. You can like if you're like 30 or like if you're like 35 points under, you're doing pretty well. With Imperial Knights, it is so fucking hard to get within that range. You're either like 80 to 100 points under, or you're 5 points over, and I hate it. Like, I feel like I am required to invest in Imperial agents just to be able to more cleanly build armies. And then I'm playing this really awkward thing where I've got all Imperial Knights and then just one little dude running around. And I don't like that. It doesn't meet my aesthetic. I want to have just big stompy robots. I don't give a fuck about like having one little man. I'm playing Imperial Knights so that I don't have to micromanage a shitload of units. Entirely agree. You're 130 points short, and Damage is 140. Yeah, that's like the funny thing for me is I'm glad that in my gaming group we frequently play 100 or 1500 point armies because it means that I'm allowed to. Well, I have a breakpoint where I can actually map on some of my units, which is why I've got the funny the funny one right now, which I'm thinking of doing, which is just 3 knights. It's just Porphyrion, which is 700 points, Acheron, which I think is 395, and then Knight Errant, which is 375, and then I get 1 enhancement. Oh no, I'm using 1 enhancement. I could do 2, but one of them would be useless because it would have to go on armigers. And basically, I'm ending up at like 1475, 1485, something like that. So I'm like, I think it's 1485. So that's as close to the point threshold that as I've managed to get. The knights I own, I cannot map cleanly onto a 1k or a 2k army. And just public announcement as well, in case people in case it isn't abundantly clear already, Goobs is a terrorist. Don't take anything he says clearly, or literally. Is Goobs Leo? Yes, Goobs is Leo. Oh, yeah, one thing I also noticed while I was like going through the options for the Porphyrion is like with its weapons, I don't know how I had noticed this, or how I hadn't noticed this before, but Imperial Knights have some of the most consistent indirect fire weapons I've ever seen. Like the is it the Iron Storm or Iron Hail, something like that, missiles? I think they're Iron Storm missiles. I don't, like, I think they're the only indirect fire weapons I've ever seen which hit on like 3s or 4s. I feel like every time I've seen indirect fire on any other unit, it always is a 5-up standard. But I guess it makes sense with an Imperial Knight that when you're making that big of an investment, you want the weapons to actually hit things. But it is also funny on the Porphyrion because it's such a heavy-hitting indirect fire weapon with 40 inches of range, so you can just sit the guy behind a ruin and just shoot people in like when they're like anywhere on the board almost. Introduce a whirlwind in Hammer of Averni. That's one of the Iron Hands detachments, isn't it? I think I played against that yesterday and got beaten up by Terminators. I did not enjoy it. They fucked me up big time. Honestly love hyper elite lists. Yeah, I also like leaning into that. That's why my Eldar army is mostly Wraith Guard, Wraith Blades, and a Wraith Knight now. I finally built the Wraith Knight. It's not painted though, so I'm keen to do that on stream because that'll be fun. Did you tell me you bought a Revenant Titan? I think you'd mentioned... I know you were talking about Eldar Titans last time I was streaming. I don't remember if you said you had bought it yet or if you were looking at buying it yet. But the Revenant is the bigger one, isn't it? Or no, because the Eldar Titans are Phantom and Revenant, aren't they? And I believe the Phantoms are the ones that they run in twos and they put twins in them, so they're single pilot, and the Revenant are the ones where it's 3 people in there, and they usually like to have triplets in there. Is that how it is? I'm trying to remember the Titan pilots in the Valador book. By the way, what's the time at? 41 minutes. First Valador mention. Look, I don't know if that's a new record or not, but seeing as I haven't said the word Valador in over 2 months, I think that's pretty good. I think that's a solid, like, that's just like mental fucking, that's my, like, I don't know how to call it, like I don't know, I feel like I just stim the word Valador off the chat right here. I don't know what it is, but my brain goes there. Gotta go soon. Hopefully see you guys later. Righto. Yeah, well, I don't know, when you say soon, if you mean now, then I'll say, see you later, chicken nugget, but otherwise, whenever you have to go, yeah. I'll probably be here for the better part of the day, because there's a lot of, menial labor to be done here, and I am hopped up on stimulants at the moment, so I'm probably going to be able to hyper-focus on this shit for a while. Share an experience with your brother. Are you a criminal Iron Hands abuser? I say this as though they're good. I know that statistically they're supposedly not that good, but I feel like every time I've played against Iron Hands on tabletop, I have just been abused. Like my first experience against Iron Hands, I was playing my knights, and I like turn 1 just got sniped across the board by like 2 tanks and a dreadnought. It was not fun. Every time I encounter the Iron Hands, I just get beaten. And I don't mean as in like I just lose. I mean as in like he pulls out the belt and I have a terrible time. I'm not a fan of the blob of 10 heavy intercessors with Ironfather Pharos attached to it. It is it is not a fun thing to try to kill when you're like, I feel like it's just really rough because they're toughness 6, they've got 3 wounds each, there's 10 of them, and it's like, what are you killing them with? Because if I have my my squads of Wraith Guard, I feel like my Wraith Guard are some of the best equipped things I have outside of Imperial Knights to actually hurt them. And the Wraith Guard are firing either... Their Wraith Cannons are 5 attacks each. And you're probably killing 1 person per hit. But you have 5 attacks. Like, you're not hitting all of those. You're shooting 10 dudes with 5 attacks, and then next turn, those guys are gonna fuck you up. The blob of 10 terms and cannot var in an ancient is definitely worse. Yeah, yesterday I encountered... So yesterday it was a 1k list, so he had the blob of 10 heavies with Ironfather Feros, and then he had 5 Terminators with Karnok Var, and that Karnok Var blob was fucked. I did not like it at all. That thing was immortal. And then on top, he had a Ballistus Dreadnought near the backline, which didn't cause me too much grief. And then he had is it a Repulsor Executioner? I don't know if that's what it is. It was a tank with too many guns. That tank, it was like in that game, the heavy intercessors ended up just being a really annoying blob that sort of sectioned off a quarter of the map, and I couldn't really do anything there. While the Karnok Var blob just kind of went up and killed 2 of my squads and then just didn't die. And then I was getting absolutely just annihilated by this this tank from across the map. Any new games I played? Not really. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, we're safe. It landed face up. That is it. That never happens. That's awesome. But yeah, no, I'm not really a new games kind of guy. Especially lately where I've been, like, really, like, focused on trying to do my own stuff. I've sort of, like, I try to avoid picking up new things because it sort of distracts me from the stuff that I'm trying to focus on, which is good and bad in a way. I like that it helped. Like I still think this is good, but the issue is just when I try to focus on something too much and I end up ignoring the things that I already like. So it's like a weird balancing act. But yeah, I try to avoid new games and stuff because I feel like whenever I'm doing new stuff, I can very easily like drop the things that I genuinely enjoy, and then it's hard to pick them back up. And then like when the novelty of the new thing wears off, I'll stop doing it, and then I'll just kind of like be stuck floating, not really doing anything. Karnok Var units like 51 wounds with a 4-up invulns that has models return at the start of your turn. I'm sure it's 550 points, but it's a funny 550 points. It's gross. It's really gross. But also, Karnok Var has some really cool abilities. Like, I really like the Karnok Var give scouts and then and redeploy. It's awesome. I like it a lot. It's a very cool model. Unfortunately, I'm not a Space Marines guy, so I don't really have any incentive to get it. Well, I guess fortunately for my wallet, but at the same time, it's like, I want to see really cool stuff like that on the armies that I like. I will just have to make do with the fact that the coolest elite blob I have is Lycus and 5 Warp Spiders with the Exarch having Power Blade Array. And they exist just to sit in the bottom floor of a ruin somewhere near the edge of my deployment zone. And then they just wait until an opening happens, and then they just flicker jump behind enemy lines and one-shot literally whatever they can reach. You see they're getting a Black Dragon in Monster Hunter Wilds. I haven't been really keeping up with Monster Hunter. Haven't played it in a while. Like, I didn't play the Lagoiacris update. I feel like for me, Wilds kind of fell off because somehow they never optimized the game, which is insane to me. Like, to this day, it still has insane performance issues. So we had to deal with you the day your Ultramarines got their expansion. Which expansion? Ultramarines get an expansion literally every other week. No, literally every week. Do not get me started on Ultramarines. I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I don't, like, okay. I do not enjoy that about 60% of the total releases that GW do are Space Marines, and about 45%, or no, okay, I was going to say 45% of those, but it's like 45% of the total, so within that 60%, like 45 of that is Ultramarines. Is Ultramarines, it's the new 500 world stuff, yeah. On the bright side though, Necrons are getting some cool shit. Hey, we take those at least. The Necrons are getting really cool, like they're getting a destroyer box. Rare to get discounted destroyers. And also the destroyer character model they're getting looks very cool. Also the Twin Tau Commanders, I really like the look of. I'm interested to see what their stat line is. I imagine that they won't be attachable, because they'll probably just be like solo dudes that fly around, which on one hand could be cool, but on the other might be kind of shit, because Tau battlesuits have really shit stat lines. They just kind of get murdered, like if they're based off a Crisis suit. I've come to the recent realization that I don't know if Crisis suit, like or Tau battlesuit armies are just really vulnerable to a lot of things, or if they're like, I feel like they shouldn't be weak. Tau are probably doing, I think their retaliation card are quite good, but every time I run them, they just get absolutely shafted because they're toughness 5, 3, or toughness 5 with like 5 wounds if you run the shield drone, and you get 3 models in the blob, and the standard save is 3, no invuln, and they're all tagged with vehicle and flying. It's like, man, you really struggle dealing with ruin. Well, you can't go through ruins normally, you have to fly over them. If they're tall ruins, you're just kind of fucked. And you just get completely shafted by anti-vehicle and anti-fly rules. Started Space Sharks army led by Tyberos, 3 Terminator squads, 3 Land Raiders, Predator, Vindicator, 2 10-man Inferno squads, 3 aggressors with flame gauntlets. Yeah, Space Sharks are very cool. I feel like if I ever get back around to doing my my Space Marines. I'll either finish off my Dark Angels, or actually no, but Blood Ravens. Okay, yeah, I can't commit to anything. Space Sharks are very cool, though. They'll be a very fun scheme to paint as well, like doing the teeth. But also, that would mean doing a complicated paint scheme on an army, which I'm already going to have to deal with when I get around to doing my Harlequins. You know what, the new Nightbringer? The new Nightbringer is very cool. There's a bunch of new Nurgle and Death Guard stuff as well. As part of the 500 words, was there? I must have missed that. The Nurgle stuff is very cool, though. My friend who runs Chaos Demons, he mostly runs Slanesh, but he's got some Nurglings. And they're very cool. I like them. The Nurgling models are awesome. They look exactly like the Nurgling swarms in Total War Warhammer. They're just like, it's just a tower of them. It's really funny. I love it. Way better than the Ripper swarms. Whereas the Ripper swarm is just like 4 Rippers in a line. Where the Nurgling swarm is 3 towers of the dudes stacked up in a big blob. It's awesome. Not exactly 500 world stuff, but the other things they announced had some sick Nurgle stuff. Oh, okay. I did see I saw the Nurgle hero unit, which is like, it was the dude riding the thing. If that guy ends up usable in 40k, that'd be very cool. And like they usually do that with the demons. Would you rather be cremated and turned into paint, or turn your bones into bone meal and used to plant, used as fertilizer for a fruit tree? Probably the fertilizer part. I feel like the bone meal, or sorry, the being turned into paint would be metal as fuck, but also, I don't know, it'd be a bit crazy. I feel like that'd be, like, it wouldn't be unhygienic most likely because you're being cremated, so it's just ash, but I don't know, it'd be a bit weird for me. Also, I don't have anyone, like, I don't have any family members who paint or anything, so if I had a family member who, like, built Nurgle shit, I would go with with that, because then it's like, yeah, that's fucking awesome. Or if they built, like, Nurgle or Khorne. I feel like having your ashes turned into paint for a Khorne army would also go hard. Or actually, Sisters of Battle, I feel like that would also fit thematically. By the way, when we get around to it, what color should we do the rivets in? Like, my standard is I just do them like silver. I feel like maybe black would be better, just to like punctuate them against the lighter colors. Because I don't think, like, generally, it's like, yeah, I feel like maybe black would be a way to go. But since I'm basing it off a Space Marine color scheme, they don't really have rivets for me to model them after, and even if they do, GW generally don't paint those sorts of things. Because they're lazy. They waste the potential of their models. And the other way around for the For the Titans. The Phantoms are the triplets. The Revenant has a single pilot. Right, okay. By the way, I'm not sure if you're behind. I feel like you might be quite a long way behind on the stream, Silver. That, because I think we were talking about that maybe 20 minutes ago or so? I'm not sure. It was a while ago. Although I guess there's no real point in me saying this now because you're not going to get this until 20 minutes later. Rip. Would you rather break both your arms or be given an untaxed 10k? Never said it was a hard choice. Hang on. um, I feel like I'm missing something here. This is an either or? That's a tough one. Break your arms for the funny. True. Depends on what disability payments look like. I wonder if you'd be able to extract more than 10k through disability payments. Probably not. Perfection, known for their scouts. You have a glaring lack of scouts. Do the space sharks have a detachment built for them? I imagine probably not, right? Or is this more just like talking about the way they thematically play? Because they're very like deep strike heavy and that sort of thing. Oh my god, the chicken's gonna die again. 2 chicken deaths in an hour. Law, right, yeah. I mean, he said he's got Terminators though, so he's got the deep strike options covered. So what's up, you back? Yeah, hey Juggernaut, how you going, mate? Not a fan of scouts, plus since there aren't rules for Type Ross, you run the Ultramarines. Right. Yeah, it would be cool to see rules for Type Ross, or is there an official model for him? I imagine probably not if they don't have rules for him. And they generally don't really release stuff for smaller chapters. Like, all of their releases tend to be focused around the main legions. And when I say the main legions, I mean Ultramarines. Type Ross used to have a model and rules. Oh, really? Crazy that that's used to. Like, why would they retire him? Like, Karandras, his model was 1996 or something. And he still has rules, doesn't he? Like, he's not Legends. Or is he? Surely not, right? Like, surely Karandras and Striking Scorpions aren't Legends. So if they're like Shining Spears, where they just kind of like got put in the bin, that would be crazy. Tabros used to have one, but he got binned. Yeah, that's really, that sucks. Shadow Spectres got binned. Not gonna lie, I don't even know what Shadow Spectres are. Or were, I guess. Rest in peace. Were they I'm assuming they were an aspect shrine? Ground dresses, legends, scorpions are not? Right, okay. They were arguably the coolest aspect shrine with their Forge World. I see, I see. Hey, you say arguably the coolest aspect shrine. Cooler than warp spiders? I feel like that's a high bar to clear. Like, warp spiders are it's very hard to be cooler than that. Like, these dudes are just raw dogging it through the warp, hoping they don't get eaten, just so that they can get into close combat and fuck someone up. Put a picture on Discord of what you had put together at the time. One sec, I'll have a quick look. Oh, I see. Yeah, I am getting trauma just looking at that with the amount of vehicles. That is making me very, very nervous. I've been traumatized by vehicle-heavy Space Marine armies too many times. Is there a downside to that ability? To the warp spiders? The downside to the warp spiders raw dogging it through the warp is that every time they jump through the warp to like try to get closer to people, there's a chance that Slaanesh just eats them. These guys just make short-ranged warp jumps with no protection whatsoever and hope that Slaanesh doesn't see them. And a lot of the time, Slaanesh does see them and just eats them. That's just what they do. How I love the Fire Prisms, so ability, Shadow Spectres have infantry-sized Fire Prism cannons. Oh, okay. Sorry, it took me a second to realize what you're saying. So they have they have like, the thing where they sort of like chain together, so you can like shoot round corners with them. That's cool. I don't think it aesthetically quite meets the level of warp spiders, but that is very cool. You should have specified on the tabletop. Yeah, so the downside on the tabletop dipper is that there's a good chance Slaanesh will eat them. The downside is when you flicker jump with your warp spiders, you roll a d6 for every warp spider in the squad, and on a 1, you take a mortal wound, so one of them dies. When you warp jump, Slaanesh might just eat them. That's the downside. It's awesome. This is why we love warp spiders. So you jump in with your squad of 5 and only 4 make it. Uh, there we are. Yeah, this is going to take a little bit to get through these, but it needs to be done. You're a little behind. Ah, okay. Yeah, welcome back, Silver. Yeah, I'm checking the timer now, and yeah, it looks like you're about 15 or about 17 minutes behind, maybe. Yeah, I noticed when when you mentioned the Titans again, I was like, huh, little bit of a delay there. Well, Shadow Spectre's getting Legends was a weird choice because unlike Karandras, their Phoenix Lord is still kicking around from what you know. You just got revived in the story. Oh, really? Who's their Phoenix Lord? The only Phoenix Lords that I'm aware of are the Janezar, Lycus, Alzheimer, Karandras, Morgan Ra, Fuegan. I can't think of anyone else. Oh, Baharoth. Yeah, I can't think of anyone else other than them. Irilith? I'm not familiar with her. I'm assuming that's a her. Is in fact a man. That is a woman's name. Well. Oh, actually, on that no, how did okay, brain just sparked to this. Really cool thing about the Howling Banshees that I thought was awesome is that they're not all women, and oftentimes, in the lore, I think it's a Howling Banshee Exarch, but basically, there are, the Howling Banshees, there are male Howling Banshees, but they still wear the female armor, so they still have the boob plate and anything. So, it is entirely possible that, most of that squad of Howling Banshees that you're looking at are all dudes just wearing the lady armor and you have no idea. I just like that it's just part of the dress code. It's like, you're a Howling Banshee? Okay, put on your boob plate and get out there, brother. Got a cool paint scheme on warp spiders, black armor, silver warp jump generators. Yeah, that does sound quite neat. I struggle with figuring out how to use metallics on my Eldar effectively, because I want to use metallics on Eldar, but at the same time, I don't want them. I feel like I like the idea that they don't make their shit out of metal, so it's hard for me to like figure out which parts are made out of metal and which parts are made out of wraith bone that's then been painted. It's like I want to use the metallics, but I don't want them to seem like industrial. One of your favorite random rules is the Castellan robot when rolling saves. If you roll a 6, the person shooting at you takes a mortal wound. What the fuck? That's just rude. You've got like a squishy sniper unit and you shoot that thing and your bullet just bounces back and one-shots your guy. The ricochet of a lifetime. I'm trying to think of a more efficient way to do this trim, but I don't think I have a non-airbrush paint that is the same color as this. Just because there's a lot of trim on this model. There's a lot of trim. Like, we're just about halfway through the leg panels. Sorry, we're just halfway through the ankle panels. And then we'll need to do the, there are 2 thigh panels, and there are the toes, and then there's the back, and then there's the other gun, and then there's the top of the thing, and then there's the groin. There's a lot to do. Check general and have a moment. Throwing a photo of a Shadow Spectre. Righto. I'll just quickly finish up with this little bit here, and then I'll have a quick peek in there. Am I listening to dreaded Christmas music? I am not. I refuse to touch Christmas music with a 10-foot pole. I am not going near that shit. This is the immortal Minecraft soundtrack. Okay, yeah, I'll have a look in general while this coat that I've just put on dries. Where are we? LVO winning list. That is a lot of Imperial Guard. Ooh. Okay, distracted. Oh, I have seen Shadow Spectre art before. They look like Protoss. Actually, I just realized that's the wrong way around. Protoss look like Shadow Spectres. Yeah. That's really cool. Fuck! Okay, I really want those now. They look awesome. They have Warp Spider vibes. I don't know what it is. I think it's the helmet design and the way the armor sort of cocoons over the back of their head like that. They give me Warp Spider vibes. I like them. I really like them, and the color scheme is awesome. Like the white/gold with the blue crystals is fucking sick. I love it. They're fucking awesome. They are very cool. I do really like them. Like, aesthetically, I think I like them. At least their visual design is, I like it the most. They managed to beat the warp spiders in visual design, but I still think that in terms of, like, just the sheer size of nuts, like, the warp spiders, they hang low. Like, it's hard to beat out on, like, what the warp spiders do. Unless, like, the Shadow Spectres are, like, imbuing their souls into those fucking beams that they're firing. I don't think that, in terms of what they actually do, I don't think they're able to match the Warp Spiders, but visually, they look sick. Like, their Phoenix Lord knew what was up. Go see the picture you posted in minis. I haven't looked at the minis chat properly for a little while. So I'll have a quick peek in a second. Oh no, if you're talking about the tanks and stuff for your Space Marine armor, yeah, I saw that. I think probably because when you were catching up, you must have missed that bit. But yeah, I had a trauma response when I saw that because I've been fucked over by vehicle heavy Space Marine lists too many times. Like, I saw that, and it triggered my fight or flight. I was like, I'm about to have a bad time. You only know about the Shadow Spectres because of your experience getting into 40k. It's definitely interesting. What were you exposed to that showed you Shadow Spectres? Because there weren't, like... You're, like, similar age to me, and my way... Like, I got into 40k through Dawn of War as a kid, because that was, like, the big 40k thing. But they weren't in Dawn of War. Sorry. Look, you don't have to be sorry. My friend who plays Iron Hands needs to be sorry for what he's done to me. Like, the fact that the Repulsor Executioner has that many guns and is that cheap is not okay. It hurts me deeply. The amount of shooting output for the price on that thing is crazy. Flesh is weak, but deeds endure. Yeah, we slander Iron Hands here. Imagine misinterpreting your Primarch's work and disappointing him from beyond the grave. That's right, we slander Iron Hands. You guys got it all wrong. Misguided fools. Your Primarch is turning in his grave, seeing what you've become. Next returned Loyalist Primarch needs to either be Corvus or Vulcan. If it's Lehman Russ, I'm gonna be quite unhappy. Because I'm a Thousand Suns guy. We hate the Space Wolves here. I'll settle for the Khan as well. The Khan's chill. And he might show up with a, like, with a Drukhari girlfriend or something, which would be sick. Basically, your opening experience to Warhammer Tabletop was Tabletop Simulator and 9th edition list builder. Right, okay. And so I imagine they were still in 9th. Yeah, I really hope, like, I really, really hope that 11th edition has some significant revitalization for Xeno's lists and stuff. Or just, like, underappreciated lists in general, because this year, watching the releases just be 99% Space Marines was the most deeply upsetting thing I think I've ever gone through. While I'm, like, watching all of, like, all of the fucking, Xeno, like, Eldar got a, like, I feel like Eldar, this was meant to be, like, a major refresh they got. And compared to what some of the others got, like, they did well, and Eldar still didn't do that well. Like, they got some really nice stuff, but not really compared to, like, I don't know, it's upsetting. Community scientist, the current same because no one remembers the deeds endure part. Yeah. That's because the, it was like Vulcan talking to Ferris, wasn't it? And the whole point was like, the whole point was the flesh may be weak, but it's like, or the whole gist of it was the flesh may be weak, but it's because the flesh is weak that, like, the things you accomplish with it are meaningful. Drukhari 2 models, 3 removed, Ultramarine 7, new guys or whatever. Yeah, Drukhari, holy fuck, they got shafted. Like, wow. Can't have shit as an elf fan. Although, I am holding out hope that because there was that Harlequins combat patrol, I'm holding out hope that Harlequins might get more presence in 11th. It's probably just wishful thinking, because GW, they are raving racists and hate literally anything that isn't a genetically modified human super soldier. So they probably won't actually get anything, but I'm holding out hope that maybe Harlequins will get more, like, will get expanded for 11th. That would be cool. Space Marines literally just getting better flawless blades. I mean, to be fair though, they're blue. They get the buff of being blue. When your model, like when your unit is intended to be painted blue, it I'm pretty sure they allocate like an extra 30 points worth of power budget to it for free. Eldar are getting Exodites in 11th. Imagine. Like, there's no way they do, but imagine. It would be awesome, but unfortunately, Exodites are like... They're like impossible to fit into 40k battles, because the only situation in which Exodites are ever fighting is because their world has been invaded. They are never leaving their planet. Like, they're Tau plus. Like, the only reason Tau are fighting most of the time is they're being invaded, or they've flown into, like, the next postcode over and started fighting some guy. But the issue is the Exodites don't even fly into the next post. They don't even go next door. The Exodites, they have locked the doors and they're sitting there, and the only time, like, the only time they're ever fighting anyone is if someone decides to try to break in. So it's kind of just like, it's hard to fit them into the into the 40k universe in a combat sense. But not here getting new characters every 6 months. Let's go. True. Votan they've been managing to do well, and they got the cool Ironkin Steeljacks. And the Steeljacks are really cool. I like them a lot. That's because I'm a Wraithguard guy, and I see them, and they're like, yeah, those are the Votan Wraithguard. Still praying on 2 or 3 refreshes for 11th in 11th for Nids. All the Chaos Marines need more. Tau needs more that aren't auxiliary. Voting all Eldar race. Yeah, let's look. Unfortunately, that's a big wish list made up entirely of things that Games Workshop outright dislike. They do not like any of the things you just listed. Actually, no, they like Tyranids. Games Workshop like Tyranids because they're popular. But I believe I'd heard like the Xeno main villain for 11th is most likely going to be Orcs. I feel like that's what the I don't remember who I heard saying that. I think I heard Auspex Tactics talking about that. And he's usually pretty on point with the things that he's predicting. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm happy for Orcs to get some love. They're like the most well-known 40k alien, and they've sort of been sidelined for a long time. So I'm happy to see Orcs get some love. Alright, you out for a bit? Righto, I'll catch you later, Silver. Necron's got a decent amount this edition, so you're having next edition Tyranids will get some things as well. Well, I mean, Tyranids were the main enemy of this edition. Like, they got a big range refresh. Like, Tyranids managed... They did some of the best out of all the Xenos this edition. But yeah, I think that GW are probably more willing to just do, like, sporadically give things to Tyranids than they would be to sporadically give things to people like Eldar. Just because Tyranids do tend to be more popular. Like, they're easier for new players to understand. Like, new players see Tyranids and they're like, ah, yep, that's a bug monster. It eats things. People, like, new players see Eldar and they're like, what the fuck am I looking at? Why is his head shaped like that? They don't, like... When a new player looks at Eldar models, they don't know that those are elves. They're like, what are these? Necron's the main enemy in 9th and got 2 character refreshers, kill team, new Overlord model, and announced new Nightbringer. I think we can get Gargoyles, Carnifexes, and Warriors. Yeah, like, are the Warrior models that bad? I feel like the Warriors still look pretty good, don't they? But Gargoyles and Carnifexes for sure. Look, I don't wanna be that guy. But can we please get a new Knight chassis? All I want is a new Knight chassis. Either something between the Armiger and the Questoris, or something between the Cerastus and the Arcastus. I think that would be cool. Don't worry, there's only 3 chassis in lore that they've never used for knights. Do you mean there are 3 chassis in the lore that there are no models for? Like we know of 3 chassis that don't have models? As in... No, that can't be right, right? Because like the relic knights are the Cerastus and the Arcastus, right? Those are what they consider like relic knights because they're from like the heresy era. I assumed that was it. In a new book, they mentioned another that was bigger than Cerastus and one that was bigger than Armiger's. If it was mentioned in a new book, we have hope, right? We have hope if it was mentioned in a new book. And maybe, while they're at it, they make Imperial agents viable. Tricolus and Arceus. Interesting. Look, I know it's not going to happen, but now, like, we have hope. We have something there. We're never going to get it, but we can at least fantasize about it. Tricolus is described as bullish, smaller than Arcastus, but a big fucker. Most likely Cerastus style, run a bit more of a thicker battering ram. Cool. I like it. I like it. Especially because the Cerastus models are almost the same durability as the Questoris. So I do like the idea of something tougher than the Questoris. Described as a walking siege engine, so slow weapons platform. Oh, okay, okay. So scaled down Arcastus then. Still cool. Although I feel like that sort of lines up with the Dominus already. Like, that's already what the Dominus is, no? Slow walking siege platform? So I imagine they probably won't make that into a model. Because unfortunately, unlike Space Marines, other factions are not allowed to have multiple things that occupy the same visual or mechanical niche. With Space Marines, it doesn't matter if you have 10 different versions of the same kit, like with this, like similar weapon loadouts or things like that. That doesn't matter. We can make more of them and sell them all individually as different new things. Other factions don't have that luxury, unfortunately. Arceus has no info really, just they existed in 30k. It'd be cool to see a much more Mechanicus like a much more Mechanicus or Mechanicum, I guess, inspired knight. Like something that's got like big mechadendrites or something. Or maybe not like that, but something that's just like very much more tech priesty. If it's like from 30k. Because I feel like most of the knights, they still they visually still very heavily lean more towards the knightly visual style. So it could be very cool to see something that's more more on the tech priest side of things. You want a wacky knight? Yeah, would be very cool. Make it a unique character or something like Tech Priest's passion project. Yeah, we need a we need an epic hero that isn't Canis. We have one epic hero. Give us an epic hero in an armature. I think that'd be fucking sick. I'm gonna say it. Give us an epic hero in an armature. Nice night for a night. It is. How you going, Tiki? You know, I want to see an epic hero in an armature, and it has super heavy walker. That would be fucking awesome. Like, just having this armature just plowing through, like, through tall ruins like it's nothing. Just diving the backline and shit. That would be really cool. Not bad, just working on some orcs. Nice. Yeah, we were just talking about the orcs. Keen to see what they get next edition. Because they're meant to be the main focus of it. I'd want to see their, like, Death Dreads and Killer Cans getting updated. Because I, like, for me, because I got into Warhammer, I got into 40k with Dawn of War. And so the Killer Cans are just really cool. I love them. I also wasn't aware until semi-recently that they're not being piloted by orcs. They're being piloted by Gretchen, which is awesome. I love it. And also, don't their 40k rules involve, like, you're just, like, doing random shit? Like, you're randomizing what they do while they're meleeing things? Imperial Knights you don't mind much, but Chaos Knights being knights with spikes annoys you. Where's the flesh mutation, the extra limbs or twisted limbs? Yeah, no, like, I love the Knight Abominant, or what is it? Abominant? I think that one's really cool. I love the tentacle arm. It's sick. They need more of that. Or at the same time, I do understand it, because, like, I do understand them being just, like, with spikes and stuff. Because in things like, the Kingmaker, not Kingmaker, that's an Assassin book. King's Blade. In King's Blade, the enemies are Chaos Knights, but they are, like, freshly fallen. But I guess that's like because they literally fell, like, during the events of the book. So I guess that doesn't really, like, they haven't gone off world, they haven't warped or anything. They're purely just, like, traitors. They're not really Chaos Knights, they're just Traitor Knights at that point. The cans attachment has random buttons they can press for different effects. That's really, like, that's cool shit. Like, that is what you want when you're playing orcs, is you just want to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. You'd like to see more cans and grot tanks, maybe some looted Vikings and tanks? Yeah, that would be very cool. Like, for me, the thing that makes me sort of not want to go, like, get into orcs is just because their vehicle side of things leaves a bit to be desired, and I'm a big unit kind of guy. Like, I'm down to field some infantry, but I don't want to field, like, an army of boys. I'd want to have, like, vehicles and, like, flash gits and mega knobs. That's like my ideal orc army. playing Space Marine 2 on hardest difficulty with friends. It's pretty good when your friends is hot ass, but insist on playing hardest difficulty. I haven't finished Space Marine 2 yet, but that's what I was doing with my friends as well. And yeah, it's it's like, because the revives are shared, it's like every time the reset happens, everyone just looks at that one friend. It's like, so what happened this time, mate? What happened? Although it is hard, it makes it easier to flame your friends as well when you're the host, because you have Titus's heal, so you've basically got 2 health bars where all your friends have 1. But look, we don't mention that. And yeah, Chaos Knights getting a knight for each god would be cool. Literally just use the Catan for the Corn Knight, then some weird anti knight for Zinch or some shit. Yeah. Nurgle Knight, a walking factory covered in rusted pipes and that leaves toxic piles on the battlefield. Yeah, like, I feel like the Chaos Knights would be a lot easier to make epic heroes for, but the issue is that in order to make epic heroes for a faction, you generally need to make lore for that faction first. And they generally, I don't know if we're aware of this or not, but if your faction doesn't have Space Marines in it, or Caiaphas Cain, you don't get books. I don't know what happens there, but it's very rare if your faction doesn't have Space Marines or a guy named Caiaphas Cain in it. Most of the time, you don't get books. Like, the very rare exception to that was with like the Infinite and the Divine. Somehow managed to get a banger book there. Necrons managed to get some love. They managed to break the glass ceiling. But yeah, very hard to actually get named characters otherwise. Use rhinos from eBay for your truck, your evil son, so you use a lot of cars and trucks. Yeah, that's like, that's the fun, that's the cool thing about orcs. I think I always end up talking about this, is it's just cool that you can just, you kit bash that shit, you throw it all together, and it works because it works. That is the most lore accurate you can get, is by just making shit out of whatever. More lore accurate than the GW models. But I don't have the... Oh! Sorry if I just blasted people's ears out because I dropped that. I don't think I damaged it at all. But unfortunately, I don't have the time or patience to do that for an army. Like, it'd be fun to experiment with 1 or 2 models, but I would not want to do that for several. All 40 of you beast Naga boys are kit bash cyborgs. Yeah, that is that's definitely one thing you've got over me, is the patience to put things together. Like, for me, assembly is the tax, and painting is the reward. But it's more reversed in your case, isn't it? It's like, assembly and playing, well, they're the reward, and then painting is the tax. From what you've heard, not verified, writers get paid based on books' performance, and they tend to choose factions that sell more, like Space Marines. It's an Ouroboros sloop. Awesome. We love that. If that's the case, then why did the writer of the Inari trilogy do that? I have questions. Why did that happen? How did it go so wrong? You'd love to get Admech, but the fact that all their best models are in 30k is painful. Yeah, it's really crazy. Like seeing whenever they release Mechanicum models, and there's like there's a huge backlog of really cool Mechanicum models, and 90% of them are not usable for 40k. It's like, what? You've got all this awesome shit, but it's just not, you just can't do it. Love that your reason for playing Eldar is the Inari and they get fuck all. I'm not a huge Inari fan. I think they're fine. I acknowledge their existence, but I don't believe in them. For me, like, I think that, look, it's chill that they're there, but they feel contrived to me. I understand why they're there. They're meant to be like the way out for this stagnant race. But they just feel a little bit contrived to me. It's like, okay, these guys are the, we've decided this is the way forward. Everyone be friends. And it's like, rather than getting behind Iniad, I think Kegarak is way cooler. I feel like, yeah, Kegarak is the way to beat Slaanesh, not Iniad. But it is what it is. Also because Eldrad Ulthuan just kind of got turned into a plot device for the Inari. I understand that Eldrad Ulthuan was just like, he was a floating plot device anyway, because he's the only named Eldar character that really means anything. Outside of the new Inari named characters. Because, like, Prince Iriel is cool as hell, but I don't think he doesn't have any influence on the wider lore. He's just like, he's just an absolute beast within the Eldar bubble, but he doesn't really punch outside of the bubble ever. Like, the only Eldari characters who ever punch outside of the bubble are Eldrad and Yvraine. And now Eldrad only punches outside of the bubble because of Yvraine. The main problem is from 9th to 10th, Inari went from a respected part of Eldar society to a fringe cult of extremists. Were they? Oh, I don't know when the thing is, like, I don't know when the, when Valador, my favorite book ever, Valador by Guy Haley, big recommend. If you haven't read it yet, go out, buy it, read it right now. It's awesome, not sponsored. But in Valador, I don't know when it came out, but it also mentions the Inari, and it seems to talk about it as though it's like a new thing. And when they're talking about it, they're also treating it as quite like a fringe, creepy thing. Because there's, basically there's a spirit seer who she's like, she knows that the, well, that Iniad is sort of stirring because it's Craftworld Eandon. Fucking 90% of them died, and so their spirit stone, or their soul circuit, whatever it's called, their spirit, basically the craft world is overflowing with souls, and so they can feel Iniad stirring in there. And at that point, they're like, this is a new thing, and they're all sort of treating it with skepticism, and they're treating her like a bit of a freak for being bought into it. Was it the Grey Knights or Deathwatch that fucked over some ritual that would have killed Slaanesh? I'm not sure. Look, I don't know. It was Space Marines. It's always Space Marines. It's all the same. It's all the same. And I haven't read it, but so with the fucking the Inari trilogy, didn't it end in book 2 because Shalaxi spawned in and just 1v1'd literally everyone? Isn't that how it ended? It was like, hey everybody, look, you're getting 3 Eldar books, 3 Eldar books about the Ynnari. We're gonna do some cool shit. 3 books for the Eldar. Book 2, Greater Demon of Slaanesh comes in, kills everyone. No book 3. Bye-bye. What? What? Huh? What? Just the way it is, I guess. Tenth edition codex with all that lore was the monstrosity that cemented them as weirdos. Okay, we don't talk about Eldar 10th codex. We don't talk about what they did to Wraithbone. But I think they had already alluded to the fact that they were they had already sort of alluded to the fact that they were not fully respected then, because I'm pretty sure Valador is older than the 10th edition codex. And in that, at least, a lot of the members of Eandon and Bieltan were treating the idea of Ennead as pretty fucking fringe and weird. So I don't think that Inari change is quite on the same level of fucked as what they did to the Wraithbone in that same codex, but yeah, that codex in general was not nice. Also love that Tyranid threat stuff in 10th just got abandoned, and from what you understand, the Pariah Nexus stuff takes place before this new Tyranid war. Confusing stuff you hear all over the place. Can't wait for summer holidays and get back to painting more than one every month. Yeah, look, I don't know how the 40k timeline lands. I don't think many people know how the timeline comes together. It is what it is. It is what it is. All that we can do is hope that the faction that we like ends up being the enemy of the next Ultramarines media, so that they get some kind of representation. That's all we can do. Need a 40k Vati or Biff? BY. I don't know what either of those are. Why can't there be a beta edition big box that has 2 factions that aren't Space Marines, focus on multiple storylines per edition instead of only Space Marines? Because it's not that they'll lose money, it's that they won't make as much money. Like, that would be profitable, and it would make their other products more profitable, because then people would be bought into the more expensive factions, the less popular factions, so they would drive more interest in their other products. But unfortunately, that individual release would not make as much money as if they were to just release Ultramarines. So, you see, they could release Ultramarines fighting Orcs, and let's say they sell 10 million copies. And then next release, like, and then, like, going forward, they, all of their sales stay pretty much consistently the same. If they sell Orcs versus Eldar, they might only sell 5 million copies. But then, like, now more people are going to buy Orcs and Eldar going forward, but they don't care because they could have sold 10 million copies right then and there instead. Jack, you alive? Yep, I am back. How you going, Gavin? Vardy Vita does all the Souls game lore. I see, I see. I don't know if that would necessarily fit the structure of 40k though, would it? Because I feel like, because Souls is very much about like the deep lore and like the unspoken and like subtle hints and sort of like showing and not telling. And I think that 40k, just the way that their lore is structured, because it's so vast and sort of, it's tangled, but at the same time it's really quite separate from each other. I feel like because of how little airtime all the different factions get, they need to do a lot of telling rather than showing. It needs to be very much more illustrative than sort of like implied. And I think the reason Souls goes so well is because it's a tight experience where everything is intertwined really well, and if you engage with it, you get a lot out of it, and if you don't engage with it, you still get a lot out of it because of the aesthetic of it, and it gives you enough to sort of to understand without much effort. But if you sort of dig deeper, you see like the really big picture. But I don't think that 40k quite is structured to support that kind of storytelling. My name is Biff did all the Destiny lore. At one point, if you put Lord Addy in YouTube search, it would come up with his channel. I see, I see. Super, thanks for asking. Nice. Can only hope for more attention to be spread evenly. The new thing of releasing a mini per faction is an improvement. Looking at release dates for factions, it's quite impressive to see factions go 2 or more editions with nothing. Yeah. Like, it's nice to see that things are coming through, at least. I don't really have a reference point into the release history of other editions, because I got into 40k with 10th. So, unfortunately, my experience has just been watching Ultramarines get their attention cake every time anyone else gets anything. Like, Drukhari Codex launch, they get 2 models, and then, just to make sure that Ultramarines fans are happy, they get 2 characters and a squad of new models as well. It's like, huh? Hang on, we just got Drukhari Codex launch, but there are more Ultramarines here than there are Drukhari. One sec, I will be right back. I'm just gonna put that in focus. So yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Biff is pronounced by F. Oh, I see. I did a 40k video a while ago and it was super well done, but I'm guessing it didn't do very well because he never made another. I see, I see. Seems looking clean. I'm going to do a part Sons of Horus, others Lunar Wolves, and a bit of Black Legion. I'm definitely going to do bits of Lunar Wolves in there because I like Lunar Wolves color scheme is very cool. I might do bits of Black Legion in there. It depends. Because the partially because I think it could get quite confused if I try to do all three, and also because from a timeline perspective, I feel like the if this is to be a free blade from a house that that turned traitor and then they decided to remain loyal, then it wouldn't make sense for them to have Black Legion markings, because Black Legion, well, because they turned traitor as Sons of Horus and then turned into the Black Legion after that, which would mean that ideally I like the idea of having him sort of break from the house either when it turns traitor or shortly after it turns traitor. And timeline-wise, that wouldn't quite line up because the Black Legion was quite a bit after the betrayal. Have scratch damage that shows Lunar Wolves color underneath. That could be cool. Oh, that could be really cool. Like sand a patch and then paint like Lunar Wolves stuff in there could be really cool. I do like the idea of just having panels which are dedicated to the previous heraldry though. Because since this isn't actually Space Marines, it's someone who's served with the different generations of it, like the different generations of the Space Marine Legion. I think it would make sense that they would just have panels of their armor just dedicated to that history, so they would just remain in the Lunar Wolves colors. So like, yeah, so being a knight, they probably wouldn't paint over their old heraldry. It would all sort of be transferred. Like they only painted over to Sons of Horus, but still remained loyal to the OG Lunar Wolves. Well, the thing was because the Sons of Horus, they didn't turn traitor immediately upon turning Sons of Horus. Like they were still they were loyal for a little while they were the Sons of Horus. It's not like they betrayed and then went, okay, we're Sons of Horus now, not Lunar Wolves. Like they had the name change and the color change and remained loyal for a little bit after that before they turned. Like our glorious King Loken and Lacdon Cruz. I don't know who that second guy is. I know Gavio Loken. They didn't, but a lot of loyalist remnants renounced the Sons of Horus and adopted the Wolves name again. Right. Yeah, I would say that, like, because this is, because it's an Imperial Knight, they're not bound to, like, the same sort of heraldry obligations or restrictions as the Space Marines of the Legion. And so this is just a knight that whose house was aligned with the Legion. So I would say that they when they adopted the Sons of Horus paint scheme, they wouldn't have erased all of their Lunar Wolves heraldry. They would have maintained a lot of their old stuff at the time. So, and then when the house turned traitor, this guy, or this particular knight, I would say, rather than trying to full revert back to Lunar Wolves, they would go Freeblade and keep the heraldry marking that they're from a traitor house. Because that's kind of, I feel like that's kind of what the in Kingsblade, I don't know, they didn't mention what he did with his heraldry, but Kingsblade has a character whose house turns traitor, and he remains loyal, so he becomes a Freeblade. And he keeps his surname as like as a brand of like what his house has become, so that, and like, because his whole goal is to sort of hunt down the remnants of his house. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Like, his whole thing is like trying to essentially redeem the wrongs of his house, and so he sort of wears his house's name as a brand of shame. Oh man, I was just thinking a lot about the Kingsblade book, and I was just remembering that the Kingsblade is really funny because the book ends up, it like the second half of the book, it does like the trope of like, we need to go into this heavily defended place and accomplish an objective, but it's super heavily guarded. We need a small and elite team to get in there. Like, it does like that trope. um, but then, because it's an Imperial Knights book, the small and elite team that is like storming this heavily defended position to like do this thing and get out before anyone realizes what happens, the small and elite team ends up being like a dozen Imperial Knights just like kicking down the back door and sprinting through and just like fucking like leveling half the city as they beeline through a fucking traitor factory. It's like, what the fuck? This is their small and elite team to covertly get in and get out. It's quite good. Like, it's sort of, you don't really realize it in the moment. Like, you don't realize like how absurd it is like while you're reading it, and then you think back and realize, hang on, this is that trope of like, we've assembled like the team of 8 spies to get in or whatever, or like, this is like the heist movie, except in this case, the members of the heist are just like a dozen people in giant robots fucking blasting their way through a city. You're stuck in a car driving through 2 states today for 10 hours. Ooh. That sounds fun. What's new in your world, Jack Jack? Well, having great adventures? More or less. Not a whole lot is new. Like, I mentioned sort of near the start of the stream a bit, but basically, I've been, like, trying to sort of get some freelance work going, and I was sort of really hardcore focused on trying to get that to happen, and so I sort of wasn't streaming because I was busy, and then, I was like, trying to do stuff freelance is rough because it's really slow early and there's a lot of like sort of screaming into the void and not really having any feedback on whether you're doing well or not. And so then I had this thing where like I was really focusing on that, and to that end I was like, look, I may as well just work on this and I won't let's not stream until I have something to show for my efforts. And then that ended up sort of being an unhealthy sort of thing where the longer I spent not having something to show, the more I felt like I needed to get in order to sort of justify coming back to streaming. So like, the more time passed, the higher the bar got. And then I realized that was a really unhealthy mindset. And so I'm still working away at my my work on the side, but I was like, fuck it, I just need to stream. It's good for my mental. I get to talk to people, I get to paint some stuff, and it was just sort of like an unhealthy sort of level of trying to hold myself accountable. Oh my god, nearly just choked. I spoke so much, I got like phlegm in my mouth, ugh. No, but yeah, it was like an unhealthy level of holding myself accountable. And yeah, so I'm sort of trying to paint some more again just because it's good for me, I like it. But yeah, it was like, I said this before as well earlier, but it was sort of really, it was surprisingly incredibly stressful for me to even sort of schedule the stream for today last night, because it was like first stream I've done in 2 months, and I was like, sort of, it was really hard for me to actually sort of click the schedule button on the stream, because I was just like, fuck man, like, I don't know, it was just like fear of, I guess, coming back to streaming without, yeah, quote unquote, like having anything to show for my efforts on the side. But it's like, I'm glad that I did, because now I've sort of, since I've doing this stream, like that barrier, that wall is gone, and I can just do, it's gonna be so much easier just to keep streaming again, because I've cleared the big hurdle. And yeah, I think it's like, it's important to not hyper focus on something to the detriment of the other things that are important to you. It's understandable, balance is helpful. Yeah. Like a big issue with it as well was, I think I'd spoken a little bit about my stuff before I sort of took a break from streaming for a while, but like, I have like a very big mental thing of, I've like, since I've gotten medication for my ADHD and shit, and I've become able to actually focus on the things I enjoy, and I've become able to actually sort of consistently work on things. Since like that's happened, I've become very aware of how behind I am compared to like everyone else my age. And so there's like all of a sudden, I've gone from no pressure, just kind of cruising, not really being able to focus on things, to instantly I'm like, holy fuck, I am behind. And there's this massive amount of internal pressure that I'm putting on myself to catch up, to do something. And it's good because I'm doing things, but it's really bad because it makes it hard for me to enjoy the things that I enjoy doing. And that was like one of the big reasons why I was so scared of sort of going back and streaming without having made significant progress on my work prospects, is just because it's like, in my head, I'm like, you're wasting time, you're not doing something. But then it's like, I can't spend every hour of every day trying to advance everything, you know? And I think it's good to be able to understand that, yes, when you're like, it's important to progress things, but like I don't think it's worth driving yourself to the brink just to try to do something. It depends on your circumstances as well, but yeah, I was sort of being very unhealthy in the way in which I tried to do my stuff. It's a lot of pressure you've been putting on yourself. It's only been 2 months. Oh yeah, no, I understand that it's it's a lot of pressure. It's like, yeah, that's like one thing. The hard thing for me was I recognized that it was a lot of pressure, but I was like justifying it to myself. And when you've gotten to the point of like, I still think that I am very behind, that I've got a lot of catching up to do, but the way that I was sort of going about it was really unhealthy, because I was sort of like holding myself hostage by going, look, you're not allowed to, like, how are you gonna go back to streaming like nothing's happened when you've been spending 2 months doing this with not much to show for it? And it's like, that it's just not a good way to do it. Like, you shouldn't hostage yourself against like the things you enjoy. There's a hair or something here that's sort of adding texture to it. See if I can just get rid of that without damaging the paint job. Yeah, I got it. You could teach me about how to take over like 3/4 of the world. I don't want that kind of responsibility. Look, I just want to be able to make enough money to get by and spend money on the things I enjoy, and not be beholden to like a job that I feel like I'm enslaved to. I want to have a job that I enjoy enough to not hate myself, and I want to have time to do the hobbies that I enjoy. That's all I need. I don't need 3/4 of the world. That sounds like a pain in the ass. Where Sanju Kuchoman said he, like, knowing him, he might have just fucking fallen asleep at the desk. It's like, it's probably like 4 or 5 a.m. for him right now. Actually, what time is it for me? 12:30. It's probably like maybe 3 a.m., 3 or 4 a.m. I'm not sure what the conversion ends up looking like. Lies? No? Well, oh, okay. Hasn't fallen asleep. What time is it, Sunju? Happy with the 1/3 you currently rule? Fair enough. $2:30 a.m.? Okay, I see. It's not that late then. It's getting towards the late point. Okay, sorry, need to clarify. It's not that late for you. I feel like 2:30 is definitely the point where if I'm looking at the clock and seeing 2:30 a.m., I'm like, fuck. Like, that's at the really bad stage. That's when I'm like, fuck, man. Like, up to 1 a.m., I'm sort of chilling. Like, 1 a.m.'s like, okay, I should go to bed now. Hi, hello, Sebastian. How you going, mate? I'm assuming that you want that to be read as Sebastian as opposed to Sebastian. It's not just me, by the way. That like is everyone seeing YouTube chat as representing people as their as opposed to their username? Your hands are so white. Okay, look, I understand. I'm very white. It's all my I am quite pale. But it's also just because the light is right next to my hands. Hang on. I am pretty white, but the light is like, the light is like right there when it's turned on. I promise, I'm not that ghostly. It's showing everyone as ats. I see, I see. I don't know when they made that change. I mean, I know it's probably in the last 2 months. Pale Aussie and oxymoron. You would be surprised. Not all Australians, believe it or not, not all of us have sandy blonde hair and skin that looks like it's made out of a leather couch. You're only surprised of how my hands. Yeah, no, because when my hands are this close to the light, they really do they really do go white. I look like a corpse. This is fucked. That's bad. Like, if I saw someone who was this pale in public, that I would be concerned for them. Especially with like my bones being visible through the back of my hand like that. This is ghastly. Okay, we'll set that one down and let it dry. With all of these, we're going to need to come back through and do one last pass on them once I've gone through all the leg panels, because you can see for a lot of them I haven't done the corner where I've held them. So we'll need to do that again. But these are the last two ankle panels. For reference, by the way, these are the legs that we're doing them for. These are the legs of the guy. So they're going to go around the ankles there. Here's his body. This is fucked. I don't have a Space Marine immediately on hand for our point of reference. But, an Armiger is about as tall as the leg. Space Marine is about this tall. We're gonna be here for a long time working on this guy. Think you'll put him on a base or keep him off? Sunju, this guy doesn't have a base. They don't have bases for this. This one operates based on the model. So, you don't measure to any base for him. You measure to the nearest part of the model. And if he's standing on an objective, he stands over it, feet on either side, and he controls it if it's underneath his body. That's how it works. It's awesome. It's a big bastard. It is the biggest bastard I own. You know, but some people put them on custom bases so you can just look cool. Ah, I see, I see. No plans to at the moment, although depending on if I can get a base suitably large for him, I might. Yeah, yeah. I might do it at some point, but no plans for the time being at least. Maybe once I like get the greater part of my Knight's Army painted, I might come back through and do a base for him. And the annoying part as well, or another annoying part, is I haven't done the inside edge of a lot of this trim. And I will want to come back and do at least a lot of the more noticeable parts of it, because I'm very pedantic about the way I do trim, and I like to do the inside edge of the trim when it's really pronounced like this. But did you watch the algo? Thinks that all you care about is the white stripes. Can't stand that band. Is this the routine test to see if I know what band you're talking about? In this case, I failed this one. I don't know who the white stripes are, Kevin. I'm sorry. So I'll say the thing. Sorry, I'm not familiar with them. I've said the line. Well, no. Okay, right. Yeah, no, when you said all you care for, well, things you care about, the white stripes, my brain immediately went, like, painting route. I was like, painting white stripes? Lucky I'm not familiar with them, they're terrible. I see. I don't see, but I see. Seven Nation Army, those guys. Also not familiar. My music knowledge is limited to 2000s to 2000, like early 2010s pop. And then the more common, or I guess the more well-known side of like punk rock. I know the more popular punk rock bands because of my sister's music tastes when she was younger, and then like 2010s parody music from my brother, and then it's weeb shit. That is my music knowledge. The song, remember the Battlefield 1 trailer? Oh, yeah, I know that song. Yep, I recognize the name Seven Nation Army now that you related it to that. Yeah. Lead singer of White Stripes just got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame somehow, and your feed's been clogged with videos of him as if you personally care. I see. I'm sorry for you. And everything that you've talked about. Yeah, I've got cursory knowledge of the things that you bring up. You're saying you haven't bothered to listen to any INXS in the last 2 months? I can't say I have. No. I haven't bothered to listen to any INXS in the past 2 months. They're just toying with me. I would never. new Nurgle stuff and new Chaos Marauder stuff looks amazing. I haven't had a proper look at the Chaos Marauder stuff, but the Nurgle hero, the guy riding the thing, I don't know how else to describe him. He's the guy riding the thing. He looks quite cool. I like him a lot. Like, Nurgle models just always deliver so well on their thematic. How's it going, gamers? Hello, Brett. How you going, mate? Would you rather Brett or Yamato? Because because YouTube stopped showing people's username, and it's all just their @ handle now. Brett's your real name, also that one? Okay, fair enough. Brett, don't suppose you're from the DC area. Yo, Gavin, this guy just got here. What are you doing trying to track him down immediately? What the fuck? Gulp. What is going on? Used to know a guy named Brett. I feel like asking every guy who's named Brett if he's the Brett you knew is crazy. But I mean, I guess worth a try. You're more likely to be correct than if it was someone who wasn't named Brett. Never know who you might reconnect with on the internet. That's fair enough. And I guess this this stream is happening in a relatively US time zone right now, so like there's a bit of a filter being applied there. Sheldon Zine, hello Mac, how you going? Did you give the impression that you're saying? You've never given me the impression that you're saying, Gavin. I've just accepted that that's how it is. Sheldon, what do you ask for Christmas? Oh, I saw you were having the problem of you want to get chaos models for Christmas, but your grandparents are quite Christian. Was that you that was talking about them in the Discord? That's a rough one. Look, I don't know, Mac. And also the Emperor's Children box is really bad for you as well, isn't it? Because you've already got, well, because it's just a repeat of the Emperor's Children release box, which you got. Look, I don't know. Like, I feel like the Chaos Space Marines Battle Force is not that demonic, but I don't know if you're building like regular Chaos Space Marines. Also, it's probably sold out, isn't it? Because most of the Battle Forces in the Australian stores disappeared within a day. Like the only Battle Forces that were left after a day were the Votan, the Tau, and the Emperor's Children, I think. Because they're all the worst boxes. I feel like the Votan was actually good, but it was for Votan, so they're not that popular. The Tau box was absolutely just not satisfying in the slightest. It was just a worse version of last year's Tau box. And then the Emperor's Children one is just a repeat of, it was just a pared back version of the Emperor's Children release box. Just tell them you made your own Chaos Space Marine chapter that worship Jesus. Easy. Yeah, tell them it's in a setting where worship of the Son of God, worship of tell them it's in a fantasy universe in which Christians are persecuted and treated as heathens and chaos cultists, and that these are warriors of God who are standing their ground against the oppression of the Roman Empire. The only problem you have with the Tau box is Farsight and 3 are the same model. Well, the 3 are the same model are because they're in squads of 3. Like, the Crisis suits being in there is pretty good, honestly. Because Crisis suits are, like, they're expensive. They are expensive. But the issue is Farsight makes that box so useless because you can't buy multiple. If it had something else instead of Farsight, like last year, where it was either a Riptide or a Ghost Keel or something, or I don't remember what it was. Because last year was the better version of that box, where it was Riptide, Ghost Kill, Broadside, and a generic commander. That is a really good box. You can buy multiple of them and build out your army. They're all valuable models that you can use multiple of. And Tau are expensive as fuck, so getting those discounted is awesome. This year, though, it's just like... This year, they did the same box. They put Crisis suits in it, which is awesome because you need lots of them. Well, you need a few of, like, you need at least more than one squad, realistically, if you're doing a battlesuit army. And they're expensive as hell. But then they put Farsight in there so that there's no value in buying multiple of it. And people who bought boxes last year aren't going to want the box anymore anyway, because they've already got the big models from the last one. It's too easy to look up and find out it's a lie. But the thing, Gavin, is I think in MacMac's case, it's their parents, or sorry, their grandparents, so they probably don't look things up. They would probably just look at the box and then buy or not buy. Me, you Christian, while painting your Plague Burst Crawler, listening to all of this. Yeah, it's not so much a Christianity thing so much as a an old people plus Christianity thing. It's like it's a Christians, it's like a old people during the Satanic Panic era kind of Christian thing. Did I airbrush the green base coat on? I did. There is no way. There is no way I would have manually brushed the panels for this. I like manually brushing for my knights. I try to do as much of my knights manually as possible, but like this guy, it's a step too large for me to manually brush this shit. So I airbrushed Lead Belcher for the base coat, and then I airbrushed Croxagore Scales Contrast over the top of it at various thicknesses to get the different colors. So the brighter points were lighter and the darker points were heavier, I believe. And then I did a little bit of Striking Scorpions Green to get the really bright points. Have a better chance of getting a better chance with that if you're trying to get models for Trench Crusade. Yeah, or I'm not familiar enough with the aesthetic of, like, I more or less understand Trench Crusade, but I haven't seen a lot of the aesthetic of it, so I don't know, like, it's more Christian imagery coded than 40k is, isn't it? Yeah, but you're like a far left Satanist who eats babies and drowns small animals and you demonic vat, so they won't like you if they find out. True and real. You're just asking because you're a complete noob to the hobby and it looks really good. Yeah, yeah, I really like the airbrush. It makes things like big vehicle panels really easy. A lot of the time though, I don't feel right using my airbrush because it feels like cheating and I enjoy the process of manually painting. But for things like army painting, it makes it so much easier. I'm allergic to army painting. It actually just kills my motivation. But there are lots of things you can do to get really nice effects on large panels and large amounts of models without needing an airbrush. Like, before you invest in an airbrush, if you're new and you want to do like large things, I would say get some nice dry brushes first. Like the step before an airbrush, I would say are nice dry brushes because there's so much you can do with them. You can get really nice results. No, chicken. Yeah, I think that was the chicken's 4th or 5th death this stream. Yeah, the playlist randomizer really has got it out for him. Previous mentioned Christian Trench Crusade, you probably pass it at first glance, but boy howdy, that game is sacrilege even for the good guys. Oh right, yeah, the fighting demonic armies from hell, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that even for like the Trench Crusade, like the good guy armies, they'd still probably be pretty, pretty out there in terms of like acceptability. And yeah, honestly, I would imagine that, like, it would probably be easier to sell 40k to, like, Satanic Panic grandparents than it would be to sell Trench Crusade to them. Because 40k is more removed from recognizable demonic imagery. Because it's, like, it's satanic, like, its demonic imagery is not, like, overtly satanic. It's just, like, monstrous. Like the most that they'll be seeing will be like the 8-pointed star, but beyond that, it's not like overtly just like demonic shit like pentagrams and stuff. Whereas I feel like Trench Crusade, because it leans directly into the actual like satanic shit and like more like recognizable established demonic imagery, it'd be much harder to sell to Satanic Panic grandparents, I would say. You could sell the Adeptus Sororitas to Christian in a split second. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's because they're cool as hell. They're literally just like Crusaders times, like they're just Crusaders plus. Although, actually, it depends on who you're selling. I don't know if you'd be able to sell a Penitent engine to a, yeah, I don't think you'd be able to get a Satanic Panic grandparent to buy you a Penitent engine. I think that would be hard. I think they'd say no. Alright, it's time to slumber. Have a group meeting tomorrow. Hopefully everything goes down. Get everything done as the project's due Monday. Hopefully, like you just have to polish the project off. Righto. Best of luck, Sunju. Yeah, good luck with all your uni shit. Hope it goes well. And yeah, thanks for hanging around. Catch you later, mate. Depends, because if you have those really intense ones that are so ready to have sinners suffer. Yeah, but I feel like the Penitent engine, just visually, is really easy to misinterpret as just, like, some kind of demonic ritual. I feel like that would be very easily misinterpreted as a, as satanic sacrifice. Just like looking at the box art of it. You wouldn't show them the pattern engine, just give a brief description and ask for a gift card. Oh, hang on. Yeah, if Mac, if you're still there, that is the easiest win imaginable. Is just ask for a gift card. What the fuck? How do we miss this? Old people love gift cards. Sisters could also cause the issue of sacrilege with how much they pull to nun imagery. Removed enough, but someone might pearl clutch at nuns with guns. Yeah, true. If you want a box, okay. It's I guess part of the Christmas experience is opening the present rather than just having the gift card. And I guess also there'll be part of the Christmas experience for your grandparents as well. Is if they're there with you on the day, they'd want to see you open the box. Old people, his grandparents are probably younger than you. Like, I don't know how old Mac's grandparents are. I mean, they're describing them as though they're as though the grandparents are like Satanic Panic era of like. Or actually, I guess now that you mention it, because I'm imagining Mac's grandparents as being a similar age to my grandparents, but Mac is quite a bit younger than me, so the grandparents are also probably quite a bit younger than my grandparents. I don't know. The march of time is a dangerous thing. "2007 was 18 years ago. What the fuck?" Oh, oh my goodness. Oh lord. Mac's something like 14 or 16 if you recall correctly. 2007 being 18 years ago is crazy. Yeah, that like yeah, that's man, I was like trying to think. I feel like I really screwed myself over with that that callback to 2007 because I was thinking about, okay, what is like a standout year from like my childhood, like where I was like I had some core like gaming experiences, like these were like this is the year where I was like, okay, I'm playing some of my key childhood games. It's like, okay, see, they're gonna be like 2012 or 2007, and I was like, fuck it, we'll go 2007. That's when I was a kid, and yeah, I regret it. Officially been out of the army for 20 years in about 10 days. Holy moly. How does it feel to be an antique car Technic? I don't appreciate this lip you're taking with me. Aren't you like 2 or 3 years younger than me? You're like, you're also like, look, you are aging by the minute. You are not, you're not one of those hip little kids anymore. Like we're both on the way out, mate. You weren't alive in 2007. That is insane. Don't say we're on the way out. You're gonna make Gavin feel older. No, look. I trust that Gavin is secure in his age. I think I trust that Gavin is he's confident enough and he's secure enough to to not be upset by by the fact that people like that are like 20 to 30 for like 20 something 20-ish years younger than him are feeling old. He's already gone through it. He's just reveling in our own crisis now. How old are you? If that's asking me, Silver, I'm 25. And so then for like the ages of people that I'm immediately aware of, I know that like Sunju, Phobic, and Technic are all like in the 20, I want to say like 22 to 24 range, maybe 21 to 24 range. And then the kids of the chat are Noah and Mac, with Noah being the younger one. And then on the... I don't remember everyone else's exact ages, but I know that I'm pretty sure Gavin and Aaron are similar ages. I want to say like mid-40s to mid-50s. I don't know. I'm really bad at I don't remember what the discussion was. And then Silver, it's you and Twisted are in your 60s, maybe late 50s, early 60s. I don't know. That's how I remember. That's more or less where I think the ages are. So yeah, pretty crazy spread we've got going. You want an all-human trans-female Tau army? That is, we need to get human auxiliaries. Like, I want to see human auxiliaries for Tau. I feel like those would be really cool models, or just options for Fire Warriors. Although, actually, no, they wouldn't be Fire Warriors, because the Tau are racist like that. Because Fire Warriors are specifically Fire Cast. So Gwalar auxiliaries would be a different unit. Do we 50 this or 50 next year? Oh, crazy. You can't just do him like that, Mac. What the fuck? Been painting Trim 170 for the last hour. He built different. Yeah, Donovan, I have been through hell with painting trim and details. It is like I am tempered by trials, and also I am completely wired on stimulants. I got 40 milligrams of Vyvanse and 2 cups of coffee in my system. I'm gonna be awake for the next 2 years. My hands have stopped shaking, so that's good. Because they were quite shaky for like the first half hour, because I was like fresh off that second cup of coffee. Racist Tau, the Imperium would never be like, how did I miss that? I'm missing so many things because I'm like looking down to paint and then looking up and like seeing a lot of stuff. But look, Mac, the racist Tau let the humans, they give the humans a plasma carbine, and oh my god, holy fuck, it's been, that was so loud, that has been too long, I forgot. I genuinely just, like, my heart skipped a beat and I just, it's been more than 2 months since I've heard that. I forgot what I was saying. Who the fuck did that? Thank you for subscribing. I'm lost. What was I saying? What was I saying? I'm so lost. Oh. Fuck. Oh. The Tau, the Tau at least. Okay, I'm back. Moving on. Yeah, the Tau at least will give their alien, like, they'll give aliens guns and say, go shoot that guy. Look, you're not quite the same. You're not on our level. But look, go for it. You can have a house. You can have a gun. Go get him. The Imperium will just kill you. They don't give you a house and a gun. They just kill you. On the bright side, good to know that my my notifications didn't break in the time since last stream. That's a plus. Oh, man. Okay, so this is the last shin panel. And then we'll just need to go back through and do one more coat on all of the ones that we've already done, because I've missed a corner on most of them. And then for some of them, they'll just need a touch-up coat just to solidify the trim. And then I'm not sure if then I'll either get a really fine brush and try to do the inside edge of each bit of trim, or at least on the more noticeable bits. I might do that, or we might just start doing trim on other bits. I think I might just start doing trim on other bits, and then save the inside edges of the trim until after I've done all my stuff on the panels, just so that I don't accidentally end up ruining bits of the trim that I care about while I'm working on the panels and then have to touch them up again near the end. I reckon that's the way to go. Although maybe we'll do the rivets. I think maybe the rivets will be a good way to go once we get all of these done. Just so we don't forget about them. I don't know if this was from my thumb just now, or if this was from when I was painting it. But when I do this panel, I'm gonna have to paint something over this little spot here to get rid of that thumbprint. Because The color has ended up really nicely, the base color has ended up really nice, but unfortunately, because I did it using contrast paint, it's really hard to do touch-ups on. So the contrast gave a really nice finish, but it's very hard to fix if I make any mistakes. Yeah, this is very slow going, but I'm happy to do it because I've been, like, every time I walk past the depression table and see this and all of the other unpainted minis sitting on it, it's like this nagging thing of like, I really need to do that. So even though this is a very slow and very tedious thing, it's going to be good because now when I see it, I'm going to be like, okay, we're getting there. And also because getting all of the trim done is going to be one of those things that that makes one of the biggest differences. That Minecraft music, did I finally get new music? Good music. It's been a long time, Chaos Agent. How you going, mate? And yeah, this is my Minecraft music. Specific only the OG C418 stuff, because all that new shit sucks. I don't know what they did. We stayed a C418 here. Like, I'm explicitly listening to the C418 playlist because when you listen to the official Minecraft creator playlist, it's got so many, like, it's got all the new songs, and then it's got like all the stuff after C418, and it's got a bunch of remixes, and it's got like Jack Black Minecraft music or Minecraft movie songs in there. It's like, what is happening here? I just want to listen to like the C418 ambient tracks. That's all I need. You alright? How about you? Yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm getting there. I've sort of been very busy with life stuff lately. And so sort of didn't really have time the willpower to stream, but I've sort of finally managed to force myself to stream again, and it's very good. You've been busy with school stuff? Yeah. Because you're like junior high school? I think is that how that works in the US, isn't it? You like split into like junior high and high school, or I don't know how it works, but you're like early in high school at least, aren't you? So been adjusting to that sort of stuff. Both been busy? Yeah. Getting used to high school is it's an experience. Since I was lazy as hell, I didn't really care too much. I just kind of cruised through. Didn't really do much. Got like high C's, low B's. But yeah, like for my sister, for example, who she was like very much like very like hardworking and that sort of thing. High school was a lot of pressure. You're in 7th? Oh, okay, so just before high school. When does high school start? Is high school in the US 8th grade? Because I know in Australia, at least when I was going through school, first year of high school was when you're 13, so that's grade 8. But then when I was like in year 11, they then moved 12-year-olds, so year 7, into high school. You got held back a year? Ah, rip. That's rough. High school is 9th grade? Oh. Weird. Well, I guess how old are you in 9th grade? Are you 13 or 14, or how does that work? I guess I don't know the way they split the schools up over there. Oh, back at a lowly song. Oh, hey, Mac, that's uncalled for. Like everyone goes through different shit. That's like the sort of thing which people are like, that's not really something you should sort of take jabs at. Got held back a year because you wanted to. Yeah, like I don't know what your circumstances are, but yeah, as long as you're taking it at a pace that you're comfortable with, that's what's important. You're online for the last bit of 7th and hated it, and now you're in new school and doing really good in school. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I never had to move schools, so I didn't have to deal with that much, but I imagine that moving schools can be really rough, like trying to get into, like trying to make, like get new friend groups and stuff as well. Just because, especially if you're doing it midway through, not necessarily a year, but like when you're like, when it's not like the start of high school and everyone's new, but if it's like you're moving to a school and everyone there's already known each other for a few years, that sort of thing, I imagine could be really hard to sort of break into. But if you're doing well at the new school, that's nice. That's, yeah. Yeah, it's, is the Tau Combat Patrol good? Because it's that or Eldar. I have not bought the Tau Combat Patrol. I don't know what's in it. The Eldar Combat Patrol is really good, although the Dire Avengers are kind of poo. Everything else in the Tau, or in the Eldar Combat Patrol, I like a lot. Because it's like, it's Warp Spiders, Wraith Guard, and a Spirit Seer to make your Wraith Guard useful. So I am a fan of the Eldar Combat Patrol. But yeah, I'm not sure what's in the Tau one. You change school in your final year of high school and you're not going to put the effort into making new friends? Yeah. Like, that's fully understandable. Like, I've always been really bad at making, like talking to new people and making new friends. And so I think I've talked about this when I did my university exchange in Japan. I like had to really like psych myself up going in, in the lead up to going over there. And then like when I arrived at the dorm, I was like, okay, I need to make sure I need to ensure that in this first week, I am in the dorm common room, in the kitchen every night, like around dinner time, and cooking there, so that I can make sure I can talk to people and make friends in the first week, because if I don't get a group in the first week or two, I'm fucked. And so it was like, I hardcore committed to that, found people who were in the kitchen at similar times to me, and I was like, okay, these are my friends now. I am making sure I am friends with these people. I'm set up. And then I was like, okay, I don't need to make any friends anymore. But yeah, that was easier because it was in a situation where everyone was new. Everyone had just like, well, most people were new because like it was start of the school year, so a bunch of new exchange students had shown up. Everyone was sort of already trying to do that. But yeah, in things like with a if you're moving in the last year of high school, everyone's already established. You just like trying to break in from the outside, which could be just too much trouble for the effort. You don't have a group, just kind of float around, just talk to everyone besides the really weird kids. Yeah, I mean, that's a super valid way to do it as well. That's like and I think like that works out pretty well as well, honestly. Like with I was talking about this before you got here, but one of the like it does really work out well to sort of know everyone, because there's a person who is in my form class all through high school who I wasn't really directly friends with him, but I knew him. He sort of floated around, really nice guy, just kind of like liked by everyone. And then one of my friends who's friends with him has like recently told me that he's like hardcore into Warhammer. He's got like 7.8k of Space Wolves and he wants to try play the game. And I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll get in touch. And so even though I wasn't in like directly friends with this guy, I was friendly with him. And it just meant that like the door was open there to become friends. So just like floating around and sort of being known by everyone and being friendly with everyone is a perfectly valid way of doing things. In your new school, there were a few people you knew already, so when you got there, it was kind of easy. That's always nice as well. You're a shy individual IRL, so you only really had those people as your friends for a while. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it ended up happening for me with high school, was like the way my high school friend group ended up working was I was in my form class. I didn't really I didn't know anyone. There were a few people who I knew from like sport teams and stuff when I outside of school sport teams when I was in primary school. I like knew their names and their faces, but I wasn't really friends with them. So I didn't really end up being friends with them. And then I ended up like being friends with like the two other weird people in the class, but it was kind of like we just sort of ended up being like near each other because like none of us were really like good at like trying to go out and make friends, and so we just kind of like ended up together. And so it was myself and those two guys, and then at lunchtime we would sit together with some of my friends from primary school, and so it was them, and then the rest of my friend group became the friends that my primary school friends made. So it was like I would just I'd hang out with the few people who I managed to be friends with, and then I absorbed the friends, like I reaped the benefits of the socializing work that my other friends made. Completely unrelated, but so just explain how I got here. So I've like every now and then I have a window like right there. Every now and then I like look off into the distance just to like fix the focus on my eyes because I'm looking at something so close to my head. But it is completely clear, blue skies, beautiful day at the moment. When I woke up this morning, I woke up at like 6 a.m. to a massive fucking bang, my whole house shaking. Lightning struck a tree about 15 meters from my bed, like pretty much right outside. It struck a tree really close to my house. I had no idea what the fuck it was. Loudest noise ever. It's fucking hard storming outside. I'm like, what the fuck? And I like go back to bed, and then like half an hour later, I hear like a cracking and a branch falls down right outside. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then the storm just disappears, and now it's like it's never fucking happened. I'm like, what? Genuinely just like, I was worried that after all like the effort I went to of like psyching myself up that yes, I'm gonna stream again, finally. My first thought was, fuck man, if this falls on the power lines again and I lose power again, then I'm gonna be so mad that I went through all this like mental setup getting ready to finally stream again for the first time in months just for us to get a power line down. Glad it didn't hit your house. Yeah, that was my first thought. I was like, I hope the house didn't just get fucking crushed. But then I like didn't hear anyone else in the house saying anything, so it was like, okay, either that branch managed to kill literally everyone else in the house, or we're probably okay. And look, I wasn't about to get out of bed at 6 a.m. just to go and check that out. Look, it is what it is. But yeah, like, it would have been really upsetting because during the during my break away from streaming, Brisbane got hit by a pretty big storm. Like lots of hail, really strong winds. There were like power lines down pretty much across the city, and I ended up not having power for about, I think we had no power for 3 days and no internet for, I want to say 8 or 9 days. I think it was 9 days in the end, which was pretty rough, given that that was like at the peak of me trying to get my freelance work going, and I need the internet for that. And also, the 3 nights of cold showers is also not it wasn't too fun. But yeah, like had power lines down all down my street. So I would have been quite upset if the power lines got knocked down again, like right after they'd gotten fixed, because what was proven was that, or what that sort of that big storm had proven was that my area is low enough priority that if lots of power lines go down, we are one of the last places to get fixed. Like, I believe that my batch of, like, my street was the very last set of power lines that they fixed in that incident. But I think that that could just be dependent on the distribution of damage as well. You would have gone insane with that power internet for that long. It was pretty, it's pretty painful. Like, I have a, like, I have a laptop that I was able to charge off a car battery. And I have, like, and I was just sort of hotspotting my, my data to it. And thankfully, since I don't really use my, my phone data for much, I had enough rolling over from previous months that I was able to get by. But I, like, I never run my data to the end. But in that week, I had used almost all of my data, which was fucked. And it was also really slow because it was hotspotted data, which was pretty rough. But I couldn't paint during that week either because didn't have power, so I couldn't turn on my my lamp for good lighting, and all of the rooms where I would have good natural lighting were really, like, it wasn't good enough to paint well. You have limited Wi-Fi? No, so this was because I'd lost power, so this was for my mobile phone plan. Has I get 30 gig of data a month on my phone plan, because I don't use much anyway, so I just, like, I don't need to pay for a more expensive one. Random thing, but you're learning Japanese? Oh, huge. No, I really like Japanese. Because I learnt German through high school, but I hated it. It was just like, the program that I did was, like, basically all my classes except English and my one elective subject would all be taught to me in German. And then at the end of year 10, I would go and do a one-term homestay in Germany, which was cool, but I didn't really speak German. I was good enough to understand what people were saying when they were speaking, and so I would speak to my my host student in English. He would listen, and then he would respond in German, and that's just how he operated. It was pretty awesome. But yeah, basically I got to the end of year 10, I was like, man, I do not speak German. I do not like this. And so I went back and started doing Japanese outside of school because I had learnt Japanese in primary school somewhat, and I liked that. And yeah, Japanese, it's just a really nice language to learn. Like, it has rules, and it follows the rules. The structure is really nice. The only thing that sucks about Japanese is the writing system is absolute dog shit. It's really painful. As someone who is really bad at studying, learning to read and write in, like, with kanji and stuff, it is pretty rough. But spoken Japanese is probably the best language learning experience I've had. I've enjoyed it so much more than learning German and learning Spanish. You're learning through Duolingo? Right, okay. Yeah, I think that Duolingo is a good tool for if you're planning on traveling. I don't think that Duolingo and those sorts of things are good if you're learning on becoming fluent. If you want to become fluent at a language, Duolingo is not really the way to go. But it's helpful for things like it's good for useful phrases and stuff when you're traveling. because realistically, the best way to learn a language is through practice, and the best ways you do that is either by talking to people who are from that country, or in something like a school environment where they have you, where they actively like force you to engage in conversation with each other, and they give you like scenarios and have you like go through that shit. At least it's not English, which is confusing as hell. Oh, yeah, no. I am very glad that I spawned in with English as my first language. Learning English as a second language would suck. I'm gonna need to come back to this one because that's all wet, so I can't really recoat that. But now we're gonna be starting our second pass coats on all of these leg panels, but we'll just see what they're looking like at the moment. Yeah, I really like, oh man, okay. I always say this, take a step back when you're painting things for ages and you're like fully absorbed in it. When you take a step back and look at what you've done, this is fucking awesome. I'm loving this. I like the way the light catches them. Oh, that's so good. That's definitely worth it. Oh, when you're doing something tedious, always take a step back. Michelle, what do you think of the list idea? I don't fully remember it. Was this the 1K, which was just like, was it Fulgrim, Flawless Blades, Noise Marines? I'm not, none of the people in my group play Slanesh, or play Emperor's Children, so I don't really know how, like, I don't really know what any of the units do, like what their special things are, so I can't really say. Like, it sounds funny because I like it because it's 3 units, and I play Imperial Knights, and so my my list is always just very few models. So I can appreciate the hustle, but I don't know if it has like the same punching power of an Imperial Knights army where, yeah, I've only got 3 dudes, but I'm going to fucking blast you. Or your towel list. Where did you mention the towel list? Did you post it in the Discord somewhere, or? That was Warstick's idea? Oh, I see. No, yeah, sorry, I saw it was Emperor's Children. I'm like, that's Mac. But I forgot, you're not a fan of the Flawless Blades, are you? Or not a huge fan of them anyway. The 2K Trans Women Tau. Well, that's not exactly a list. That's a theme. And look, hey, look, you do you. I respect the hustle. But they're not really like, you'd need to do like head transfers or something. Like, you need to do head swaps for all the Fire Warriors, because unfortunately Tau don't give you any human heads for their for your Fire Warriors. You can't, like, there's no option in the model lineup to have human auxiliaries, which sucks. But look, I respect the hustle. Knights might be better for starter painters because of how big the model is. It's easier to paint it. I disagree, Chaos Agent. I disagree. for starter painters, I hate to say it, there's a reason Space Marines are popular. They're really satisfying to paint. They're easy to paint, and also points like points per dollar on Space Marines is just really good. It is so much better than any other army. The issue with painting knights, you get decent points per dollar, I think, and they're awesome models. But the issue is, like, even if all you're doing is just painting the panels, like, even if you're just painting flat colors on the panels and doing the trim, the issue is that because the panels are so big, if you're a starter painter, you don't have sponges or dry, like, you're not sponging or dry brushing or anything like that. You're just trying to use a brush to do it. And it is a nightmare to try to give it, an even finish. Because you're on a large, relatively flat panel. If you're trying to give it a flat color, it's gonna be all streaky. It's gonna be clumpy because you're a beginner painter. You don't know how to thin everything properly. You don't want to do multiple coats. It's just gonna be a pain. Like, for beginner painter, someone who wants to learn how to paint and enjoy the painting process, I definitely think that, unfortunately, it's things like Space Marines are going to be, like, the easiest entry point. Just buy silver primer for your main color. For the panels and trim color painting, knights is pretty easy. Maybe. I love painting knights. I do think that just for beginner painters, it can be quite daunting because it's a huge model. And there are a lot of details. And I feel like because you've invested in a really big model like that, if you're painting it, you're like, maybe this is just how my disposition is. I'm like, okay, this is a really big, expensive model. I want to do it justice. I see the rivets. I'm like, okay, I paint them. I see the pipes. Okay, I paint them. And so I feel like it could be a daunting thing for a new painter. You just suck at small details. Oh, but Chaos, that's the thing. I made this mistake as well when I got my first Imperial Knight. I thought, hey, this is gonna be awesome. It's not gonna be small details because it's a big model, so all the details are gonna be bigger. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Now what you've got is a big model with big details, and then on those big details, there's small details. Watch this. Watch this. I haven't checked this model for small details. I'm going to grab the torso, and I'm going to find small details. Okay. Let's see what we can find on here. So first of all, let's count the rivets. So these are really big rivets as far as knights go. These are really big, like, these are big rivets. Let's compare them to the tip of one of my smaller brushes. Like, they're pretty small. Then we spin around here. What have we got on the back here? We got all of these details. This is a separate detail here. These are all raised. These are all rivets. Like, you would think that because the model is bigger, it doesn't have small details. That is not how it works. They just put more small details on there. Because you've zoomed in, so the resolution has gone up. You can now see more of the details because it's a bigger model. You have unlocked 8K. Yeah, Imperial Knights, they just give you more small shit because it's because you can see more of it. I was also tricked. Why? No, but that's the thing, Chaos. That's the coolest thing, is because you have more of those small details, if you paint all of them, it looks so fucking cool. It looks so much cooler than everyone else's minis because you've got so much more detail on them. So for beginner painters, that shit's really daunting, but it is so rewarding when you do it. It feels so good finishing painting a night. You're like, holy shit, this thing is awesome. Oh my, goodbye chicken. My brain is like tuned into hearing the footsteps as this guy's sneaking up on this poor fucking chook about to just commit a crime. No, yeah, I think that Imperial Knights are very good to force you to learn how to paint. You learn a lot of things about painting when you're working on them because there's lots of different techniques you need to sort of do all the different bits because you're forced to learn how to get a smooth finish on panels. Depending on how far you want to go, you can learn how to freehand. You learn how to do small details, like how to steady your hand to do rivets and stuff. So Knights are very good for learning how to paint because there's so many different techniques you can apply to them to make them look really cool. But yeah, for a beginner painter, they can be very, very daunting. Okay, I don't think I need to do too much for a second pass on this panel. Music is making you want to play Minecraft. It's so good. It's actually just... It is instant nostalgia just hearing Minecraft music. It's so good. Like, I'm in the Plains Hills biome right now. Okay, I'm gonna need another coat on this corner because it didn't have anything to begin with. But while that dries, we'll do the outside edge of the trim. honestly. I may not actually need a second coat on that bit. It's looking pretty good. And then just bottom corner here, we'll need a bit more. You feel like not having a list for your tower when buying stuff, or Eldar still haven't decided? Comes down to whether or not you're actually going to be playing the tabletop with the Mac, I would say. But I would say that in general, just I am an advocate for buying the models that you like, rather than going and building a list of this and going, this is a strong list. These units are good on the tabletop and they are good together. I'm buying these. I am an advocate for these models look awesome. I'm buying these guys and then building the list around that, going, okay, I like these guys. I like these guys. I like these guys. Does it work? Yeah, it's all right. And then like sort of picking up the slack afterwards. Because like game balance is a fickle thing. If you build the list because it's strong, then when you finish building the army when you finish building and painting the army a year from now, it might not be strong anymore. When you were making your list for Emperor's Children, everything you bought just felt almost undeserved and almost like you already had it. Just like buy when you see it on the shelf. Yeah, I would say that, yeah, I'm an advocate for, like I said, yeah, just buying the things that that catch your eye. Like, rather than just going in with the shopping list of, these are the models that I'm planning on doing. Just go, hey, I like the look of Wraithguard, or I like the look of the Ghost Kill battlesuit. Or I like the Kroot Hounds. Or I feel like Kroot Hounds are probably less likely to be the thing that catch your eye. Also, actually, they're probably just not going to be on the shelf. They don't carry Kroot. Have to order those generally, I'm pretty sure. When's the Great Narlock coming back? True. I really want a Greater Narlock. Dawn of War Dark Crusade, the Greater Narlock was... he was there. Great. We need a Redux on the Greater Narlock and the Squiggoth. Surely 11th edition Orcs get the Squiggoth back. No, they have Kroot? Okay. The, yeah, the Warhammer store and the, like, my Warhammer store and the other game stores in the, like, in my general area-ish, they're not big enough, so they just don't carry a lot of things, including Kroot. Kroot is just one of those things which is like, nope, we don't carry that shit on the shelf, no one buys that. Kroot Dragon? I don't imagine they would ever make a Kroot Dragon. I imagine that I imagine that the Greater Narlock is probably the most removed. Like, it's probably the most radically evolved Kroot form there could be. I can't see something being even weirder than the Greater Narwhal. Live by the largest local game store in the US. They've got everything. Right, okay. Yeah, like for me, when I was in Japan, the Warhammer store in Akihabara, for me, that was like, that was crazy. It was massive. It had everything, and it was awesome. Your game still stocks some Forge World only kits? Okay. I don't think the Warhammer store I went to in Japan had Forge World kits. That's pretty crazy. Although, it is entirely possible that it did, and I just didn't recognize them because I was quite new to Warhammer when I was there. What if dramatically you didn't finish? What if? I think I probably don't need a second coat on this. This is looking pretty good to me. I might just recoat the top edge here. Like that. I'm pretty happy with that. And then it's just going to be this one here. How's this looking? I think we need a second coat along this middle strip here, and then along the top edge. What if Samurai Space Marines? You know, you're a genius. Well, I believe that was kind of the whole point of the Tau Empire, was that was to capitalize on the weeb market. Was rather than going the samurai route, they went the Gundam route. And then they released Commander Farsight and went the samurai route as well. Towers Gundam? Yeah, yeah. But it was like, it was still like hitting the weeb market. And then, yeah, like I said, then they just threw out Farsight. And that model is Samurai Gundam, which is awesome. You hate anime. I okay. I am glad for you or sorry for. I am happy for you or sad for you, depending on which is the one you want to hear. So should you not buy Tau? Look, it's up to you. Just because you hate anime doesn't necessarily mean you should hate Tau. Gundam was like, Gundams were born from anime, but the aesthetic of giant mechs is just universally cool, whether or not you like anime. Like, if you deliberately don't buy Tau because you hate anime, then that's just because you're a hater. It's not because the Tau are bad, and so that means that you're Your position is not founded in logic, but founded in emotions. So that's your problem. That's what I say. But there, I finished the trim on these shin panels. The only anime you can watch is the Boondocks. The Boondocks is fucking awesome. We love Boondocks. I don't know, does it count as anime? Does that? I don't think it counts as anime. I don't know if it... I don't think it does. You watched then Red JoJo's Bizarre Adventures? I see. I have not watched nor read JoJo's. I'm worried that if I do, I will turn gay, and that'll be the end of it for me. So I'm avoiding it at all costs. If I can't touch it. I'm gonna go gay if I watch JoJo's. Did read Demon Slayer, but there was more to ruin everyone else's time with it. I feel like Demon Slayer. So I don't read manga in general. Don't have the time for that shit. But I've watched all. I think I've watched all of Demon Slayer except for the last movie. It's not worth it. It was like the first season. It was okay. It was fine. It was decent. It was decent. It was mainly being carried by UFO Table as the animation studio, and it just managed to progressively get worse. Like the arc with the bald sound guy was cool. That was a cool arc, but again, that was only because of the animation studio. The story was lacking. Look, it's like. It was painful. Shelly comes out of the closet and turns out to be gay because he watched JoJo's. No, you're getting the order of events wrong there, Chaos. I wouldn't be coming out of the closet. JoJo's would be putting me in the closet and then immediately pulling me out of it. I would go in straight and come out gay. It's not like I'm going in gay but closed about it. I'm going in not interested in men, and then I'm coming out only interested in men. That this is a, like, JoJo's is a pipeline. I am not strong enough to resist that. I will lose. So I'm accepting it. I'm saying I'm not going near that. I'm not fucking with that. That's dangerous. That is a cognito hazard. What the hell did you just come back to? Welcome, Technic. I was just talking about why I'm not going to read or watch JoJo's. It's because I know what will happen if I do, and I don't need that. I'm not taking that heat. On a different note, what color should the rivets be? What should we do with the rivets in? Should they be bright silver or black? Or I think a darker color on the rivets would be a better way to sort of offset colors. Like, I'll try do a couple of them as do a couple of them in Corvus Black. Red, I don't know. I don't think I want to do them in red. I feel like it'd be too jarring. Because the red and green really contrast against each other. I feel like it'd be too confusing. It needs to be something that sort of blends in enough, or not necessarily blends in, but doesn't hardcore confuse you, like confuse where the eye goes. Okay, let's try on this one here. So this is going to be trying with black. So this isn't a dark black, this is more of a more grey black. It's more of like a, it's more of like a blue-grey, I guess. I'm not going to paint the whole rivet because otherwise, or initially at least, because otherwise I run the risk of getting it on the trim and then having to do more touch-ups again. So we're just doing this to get an idea of the colour. That's also why I'm not bothering to thin down the paint, is because I'm not that invested in it just yet. I'm not going to do all of the rivets either, just going to do a few that are clustered together. Okay. What do we think? I think I quite like that. Yeah, personally, I quite like that. Because I think it breaks it up quite nicely. Without being too jarring. Like, it just adds a good degree of texture. And I think what this color scheme needs is it does need a dark color to sort of rein it in, so I think that this works well. Because if I go, I was thinking bright silver otherwise, but I think the bright silver just would make the the color scheme way too light, and it wouldn't really be noticeable. You like it too? Go black? Yeah, I think the black's pretty good. So I'll just measure out a bit onto my palette, just so that way I can thin it down properly, rather than just sort of trying to put like thick, like pure paint straight onto it. I'm running pretty low on this black as well. I have already ordered some more because I got an email from GW the other day, or the other like last week, with them saying, "Hey, it's been 12 months since your first purchase on our online store. Here's a $25 gift card." And I was like, "Okay, cool. Some free paints. I'll take it." So I just ordered a couple of paints that I was running low on, and that's one of these. Yeah, so it was timed quite nicely. Okay. Yeah, and so since we've decided on this, I will try a little bit harder with painting the rivets here. Try to hit more of the faces of them. Again, not going to try to go for full coverage because that'll take forever. So we'll just aim for like the top 2/3 of each rivet. Yeah, honestly, I wish these rivets were smaller, because the smaller rivets are easier to paint than the bigger ones. Because the smaller rivets, you just have to blob on them. It's just doink, 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 doink. But because these ones are much bigger, like they actually stand off the model, you actually have to like paint, it's like a round thing that you have to like paint all the faces of, because otherwise it just looks shit. Yeah, I think this will look really good though, when we eventually get it all sorted. But yeah, this is always one of the most time-consuming parts of working on nights. I feel like every time I'm doing a night and I'm painting a new night and I'm getting to the part where I'm doing the rivets, I'm like, okay, here we go. We're gonna be here for hours. You don't have the patience to sit and work on a model like this for hours straight, you jelly. Yeah, I don't know why I'm able to do this. I struggle a lot with doing things consistently for a long time as well, but for some reason painting is just one of those things where I can just lock in. The one thing I'm able to lock in on. Ooh, okay, we're safe. Oh, I was worried that I was going to drop it towards some wet paint or something. But yeah, one thing that I'm sort of mildly aware of in the background is the fact that I'm painting this and sort of avoiding the fact that my my Iron Warrior's Acheron is half painted, and I'm just kind of like avoiding it because I've been in transfer hell on that one. Yeah, I definitely would not have been able to do this this part of this at the start of the day. My hands were so shaky this morning, like fresh off the two cups of coffee. I just would not have been able to do this. But now that it's sort of bled out of my system a bit, it's like, yeah, okay, now I can actually paint the rivets without just making an absolute mess of everything. Two things you have a lot of patience for is Minecraft and drawing, which you're really good at. Yeah, drawing is something that I was always like interested in, but I guess just like how you struggle to lock in, or struggle to like sit down and lock in on painting something for a long time, for me, drawing was something that I was just always really bad at being consistent about. It's like I've always liked the idea of being able to draw, but I've never had the patience or the dedication to draw regularly and like draw regularly to get good at it. Like for me, painting is so much easier than drawing because when you're drawing, you're having to create something. And so, like when you're drawing, like whenever I try to draw, I have like an idea of something in my head. And then when I draw it, it never looks the way it looks in my head. And I'm like, okay, man, I'm just not happy with this. And so then I'm less motivated to draw. But at least for painting, I'm not having to create any new forms or anything. It's just like 3D coloring in book, so it's so much easier for me to work on because like I can see exactly what needs to be done. I just need to put the color on the model, so it's a lot easier for me to just do. I'm not as limited by my mechanical ability because at the end of the day, the mechanical ability is purely just about putting the paint in the places I need it to be. I know there's more to it than that, but it's easier for me to be consistent about. You draw something for me? Look, mate, you draw whatever you want to draw. That's the important thing. Like, it's not like I ever had anything in particular that I wanted drawn. For me, it was mainly just, I always liked the idea of being able to draw, and then the only way to learn how to draw is to practice drawing things. But for me, the issue is when I'd like want to practice drawing something, I'd like have the thing and I go, okay, I'm gonna draw a person who's standing like this, and it's gonna be from this angle, or even just like I'm just gonna draw a person, and then in my head I'm like, okay, they're gonna look like this, and then I'm unable to actually translate it onto the page in the way that I'm imagining it, and then that was what sort of made it hard for me to consistently practice and get better, was just because I wasn't happy with the results. Whereas at least with painting, I know what I'm like. There's yeah, it's coloring in. It's so much easier for me to sort of consistently work on. You know, you're just saying if you want me to draw something, you could. I'm your friend. Look, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, I appreciate the sentiment. Oops, sorry, I was just drifting that off the screen there. I was getting way too focused on trying to hit the bits of the rivets I'd missed that I just sort of crept out of shot. I think that's all of the rivets for that panel done the way that I want them to be done. Yeah, I've pretty much got all the faces that are important. Let's see how this looks. Get that in focus. Yeah. That is definitely really good. We compare it side by side to one with the unpainted rivets. I like it a lot more. Yeah, it's just clean. Um, although, maybe I need to do something to make it catch the light a bit more, because the metallic catches the light really nicely on these ones. Maybe I need to do something just to give them... Maybe I need to put a tiny dot of silver on the top bits of them. Maybe. I'm going to go to the bathroom first, though. I'll be right back. And then, yeah, when I come back, I'm going to try putting tiny dots of silver on them just to give them a little bit of gleam. We'll see how it looks. I'll be right back. I'm back. And also, I just had a different thought. Rather than going through and painting all of the rivets black and then going back and putting a small dot of silver on top of each of them, I've had a thought. What if I try instead using black contrast paint on these, well, on these rivets? Because that way, if I thin it properly, it'll turn black, but we'll keep some of the metallic showing through, so we'll still get it catching white. So I'm going to try that and see how that looks. Because if that works out, then that saves me a lot of time. That'll cut it all in half, and then I can either just put a tiny bit of metallic on these, or just leave them be and then put them on an inconspicuous panel so no one has to know. So let's try the contrast paint route, see how that comes out. I know this is very, very thick, or it's very dark. You're going to be careful not to completely eliminate the metallic, although the way this is coming out, it's not completely opaque. So, with any luck, we'll be able to keep the brightness of the metallic showing through. Oh, actually no, that's really dark, yeah. So let's get a palette. And some contrast medium. Get some medium in there. And then just get some of our black contrast in there and start thinning it down. Let's see how that comes out. That's a lot better. So now with any luck, this should be thinned enough that the metallic will show through on the rivets, but dark enough to still turn it black. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Because we're tinting it all black, but it's keeping the, we still have the metallic flakes showing through, so it's still going to reflect light. Which is, unfortunately, not what happens when we use the regular black paint. And that was one thing that I was sort of in the back of my mind concerned about when I was deciding to make these black. I was a little concerned about losing the metallic finish. Because that's one of the things that is really good about, or really nice about painting the rivets, is the amount of depth you get when the sort of the metallic reflects at different angles. Because they protrude off the model, so you get the light bouncing quite nicely. Yeah, so this is much nicer because you can see that point of light reflecting off them. Whereas with the other one, when I hold it in the same place, you don't really get that point of light. I don't think, anyway. Maybe I'm just gaslighting myself and they look exactly the same. No, these are definitely brighter. Yeah, I like this better than the solid black paint. Also, it's easier to apply because it's contrast, so it's a lot more liquid. So it goes on easier and sort of conforms to the round shape of the rivet better than the regular paint does, because it sort of just like it blobs to it and flows around it. You just need to be careful not to use too much, because otherwise it'll flow off the rivet and onto the trim. Like what I just did there. Whoops. Yeah, I reckon I probably won't be finishing up the rivets for these panels that we've done today. I'll get through this panel and then see how I'm feeling. And then we might stick at it for a while longer once I'm done here, or I might call it in there. We'll see how I'm feeling after I've done this panel. Okay, I think this is the last rivet from this batch. Oh, I've accidentally just gotten some on the trim there. I think if I act quick enough, I should be able to clean it up without an issue. Just want to avoid too many unnecessary touch-ups. Yep, that's all sweet. Okay, let's see how this compares to the first one. It's entirely possible that this has ended up looking exactly the same. We just need to pull it into focus. Right there. Let's zoom that in. Right there. Can we see a difference between these? I want to say yes. I want to say there's a difference. If there is, it's minimal. And I'm leaning towards liking this one more. And also, the process I used to paint this one was a lot easier. So regardless of whatever, I'm going to use the same process for, or that I used for the second one to do the rest of them. I think that I am... maybe I'll do the rivets for the gun, this gun that I've had sitting here. Just so that I can sort of have a big thing that's got the process that I want done on it, so that I sort of have something to show. And then I'll call it for the day after I've done the rivets on the brass trim here. And also, a lot of the rivets here are a lot bigger. So we'll be able to better figure out if this is the way we want to go. Let's see how it comes out. Dylan, what's your favorite tile model so you can shit on it? Ooh. I don't know, there's some cool ones in there. Like, it's gonna end up being a battlesuit. I mean, like, Commander Farsight's model is really cool. It's probably one of the best quality models they have. I'd say my top 3 are Farsight, the Ghost Keel battlesuit, and the Hammerhead gunship. Those are going to be my choices for tower models. Although the Skyray gunship, or whatever it's called, the Skyray missile cruiser or Skyray gunship is also quite cool. No character top 3. Did Tower Empire even have 3 characters? There's Farsight, there's Shadow Sun. Do they have a third named character that's not Legends? Like, Aun-Chi is Legends. Aun-Va, I'm pretty sure, is Legends. There's a tank commander who's Legends. They have like 5. Or because they've got like they've got like the standard like what what's it called? They've got like the standard Carter Fireblade and the like generic Ethereal and like generic Commander, or like generic Commander in Crisis suit. But I don't know if I'd really count them as like character models. I guess the Commander in Crisis suit I'd be willing to count because it's actually like a cool model. Is Darkstrider a named character? Oh, it is. Yeah, you can. Yeah, he's Epic Hero. Yeah, I'm not familiar with what that model looks like. Sunshark's lore is fucking awesome. Which one is the Sunshark? That's not... Is that the Titan Killer, or is that a different one? Is that the... Oh, that might be Tiger Shark? I know there's one of their jet fighters was like built to hunt Titans, which is really cool. Like, you like the Supremacy armor? I'm not a huge fan of the Taunar. It just feels a bit meh. It's too unbalanced. Like, the whole... Like, I feel like the whole thing about Tau, like, battle suits and vehicles that makes them so appealing, like the whole aesthetic that makes them so cool, is how balanced and, like, not necessarily symmetrical, but how efficient they seem. And the Taunar just seems clunky. It feels, because it's like, yeah, I don't know, it just feels like it doesn't feel Tau because of the way it's designed. Supremacy, artillery backpacks, Supremacy armor, railgun arm, those are top 30. True. Sunshark Bomber has a nuke generator, infinite nukes. I see. Can't believe the chicken's gonna die again today. Holy fuck, he's not catching a break. Hey, back from dinner. How's it going? Yeah, we're getting there, Brandon. I'm probably not going to be around for a lot longer. I'm just working on the rivets. So I finished the trim for all of the leg panels that I was working on. And now I've decided that for the rivets, I'm going to paint them in a transparent black so that when they still have the metallic showing through, so they still catch the light. So I'm just trying it out on this gun arm that I already had finished, or that I'd already done the trim on, just so that I can make sure it's the sort of finish that I want. I'm pretty sure this is the way we want to go. I'm just testing it out on a bigger piece so I can see it. Oh, it should actually say your name and not phobic. Oh, wait, yeah, no, okay, Brandon is oh yeah, I see the icon now. Okay, weird. Because you were phobic earlier. Are you on a different device? Because you were at phobic before. So is it like a different @, or have you got multiple YouTube accounts attached to the same To the same address. Yeah, I have no idea what YouTube has done. It's witchcraft? Yeah, I don't know why they've done this. Feel exposed, buddy. Hey, Technic, you better you better not refresh your page. It might throw your name out there next. You can expose him. I feel like it's not quite the same when when you just tell us his full name. I feel like it's slightly different. How much shit you talk online, you think I haven't been doxxed? I'm not aware of the extent to which you shit talk online. So I didn't really have a point of reference there. Should be fixed now. Yep, you are back. Okay. How's that looking? Let's just see how that's coming along so far. Yeah, I definitely like that better than just having them as the same as the color of the trim. Yeah, so we'll just do that for the top along here and then the inside section there and see how we go from there. If you go into your channel settings, they added handles that were automatically made from usernames. Weird. Did they? It's weird because didn't they like? They already let you choose a username that was separate from your login details, right? Before it was just showing profile names? Ah, okay. Phobic, you're in your late 40s, right? True! True! This guy was on his way home from work when 9/11 happened. Won't call you Brandon Carpenter because you're a well-taught individual. Bitch, you just full named him. Just first name and surnamed him. Ooh, whoops, I just was completely out of frame there. Whoops. Was too focused on trying to paint the right spot on that rivet there. I looked away for a second. What's going on? First warning before you go full Great Narlock. Grassy Knoll flew one of the planes on 9/11 after George Bush got in contact with them. Okay. Fruit light. Yeah, second warning. So, quick question, Mac Mac. This is a... I'm asking this out of pure curiosity. I'm not having a go. I'm not trying to be mean. Do you growl at people at school? Are you one of those? Just wondering. Are you painting a Captain Quark Space Marine? Never, because I hate Space Marines. I fucking hate them. Said he'd stay away from the weird kids, but you can't really stay away from yourself. True. Stay away from the weird kids because you scare them away. You growl at them. like Space Marines that don't have to make an army of them and no girly pops. Yeah, Space Marines are surprisingly satisfying to paint, but yeah, I would not want to do an army of them, and also I'm not really a Space Marines guy. But if you want girlies and you like Space Marines, just do Sisters of Battle. They're power armored girlies, and they're really cool. No. Okay, fair enough. Defeated by no, full stop. Fuck. I'm sorry. Man. I feel like that's like the most blunt rejection I've gotten from someone in chat so far. Just fuck off. I don't need your advice. Sheldon is the model forged in the fires of heresy. I'll put it this way, Mac. This model, if I were to buy it from Games Workshop, it would cost more than if I were to buy a 3D printer and all of the resin needed to build it, or needed to print it. And I have a 3D printer now. Well, I say now, but I bought a 3D printer prior to getting this. The Inquisition's been alerted. Look, this is a relic knight anyway. The Inquisition's probably going to get alerted of it anyway. Because it's illegal for Imperial Knights to use anything that isn't the mandated 3 knight chassis in the Codex. You'll get your head cut off for doing anything anything beyond the mandated 3 cool models. Okay, it's coming along quite well. So now we'll just do the rivets on this internal bit. Oh, whoops, I fucked that up. Well, that's not going to be that noticeable because it's pretty hidden. Just wipe away most of it with my finger and try that again. So not all of the rivets over the entire thing are going to be black, I reckon. Just the rivets that are on top of the brass trim. The parts where the rivets are on top of silver and that sort of thing, we might make them brass, or if they're on top of something else, we might make them silver. All just depends on what they're sitting on top of, so that they can contrast against their respective section of the model. Okay, I'll need to restock on my paint here. Running a little low. Yeah, just about there now. And yeah, I reckon once I finish up these few rivets that we've got left on this one, we'll just have a look at what we've done today, and I reckon that'll be enough for the stream. Been toiling away for a while now. Oh wow, holy shit, 5 hours. I did not think it was that long. The power of... the power of drugs is crazy. Where are we? Awesome. So let's get this all in focus. Yeah, I really like how that's looking. And yeah, when I turn it, we are getting that light reflection on the points of the rivets still. It's not just solid black, which is nice. You get that little bit of brightness on each rivet. As opposed to one of these. Let's see if I can remember which one's the shit one. Okay, because I don't remember which one was which when I put them down. One of these is the shit one. I think it's the left-hand one. I could be wrong. They're close enough that I can't tell. I think this is the one that was done in the way that I don't like. Just because of the way the black reflects light isn't quite as nice, and also it's more of a pain to do. But yeah, anyway. I reckon we've made really good progress, honestly. So we got all of the trim for all of the shin pads done. And we made a start on the rivets for them plus this. So this is gonna come together quite nicely. I was worried that the color of the trim wasn't going to quite be the sort of thing that I wanted, but I think it's actually going to be really good, because then we're just going to need to... Okay, I think we're just going to need to ... But there's a lot of work. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is gonna take us a while. This is a big model. This is a big model. Where are we? It's gonna be that there. And then there's gonna be that there. And then there's gonna be this here. And there's gonna be that there. And that there. And then there's gonna be some pipes and shit. We've made good progress though. We've made good progress. I'm happy with this. I think this is good. This is good. It's, yeah. So in terms of trim, in 5 hours and 20 minutes, we've managed to do about 40, 35%, 35-40% of the trim. It's not bad. That's good. That's pretty good. I'm gonna be in hell because we're gonna be doing this forever, but it's pretty good. But yeah, anyway, I'm probably gonna call it for the day. Gonna go and get some lunch. But yeah, thanks for hopping by, guys. Good to stream again. And let's do this again sometime. I'm thinking sometime soon. I want to do, I don't know what my schedule's gonna look like. I'll see what we're looking at, and I'll try to do another stream again in the next couple of days, probably. But yeah, anyway, thanks for hopping by, and I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.